We're gonna come to the points how I was offered from ISIS to become leader of ISIS. So September 11, I'm in a cell with one of the terrorists. The first flight hit, he jumps on the bug band and happy. This is from my leader. Now I'm thinking if I kill this guy in a prison or not. I see two guys coming down and they pull the gun, shot me 4 times, not once.
They taught you how to make bombs.
Absolutely.
What kind of bombs? Blerim Skoro, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Honor to be in your show.
Honor to have you.
Thank you.
Man, you've got a hell of a life story. Growing up in Kosovo, coming in, being recruited by the CIA as an asset, infiltrating Al-Qaeda, an assassination attempt. I mean, this is going to be a really good interview. Really good interview.
Yes, it is going to be good.
And your story's so interesting, they're doing a documentary about you.
Yes.
When's that coming out?
Hopefully we're planning soon.
Yep.
I don't have too much control over that. It's people involved, but it's going to come soon.
Do you know where it's going to go?
We are a guest in May 21st to May 26th in California for 6 days. And after that, I will find out what's going to be the next step. But I am in California, in Hollywood, from May 21st to May 26th.
Congratulations.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, everybody starts off with a introduction here. So here we go. Blerim Skoro, Kosovan Albanian immigrant and former Yugoslav army soldier who deserted to escape ethnic persecution during the Kosovo War, turned to crime to save your family from genocide, smuggling drugs to fund their escape from Kosovo, only to face an 8-year prison sentence in 2000. Then became a CIA asset who infiltrated Al-Qaeda after 9/11, all for a chance to reunite with your American-born wife and daughters. You survived an assassination attempt in 2010 while serving as a CIA informant, a husband, and a father who won a landmark immigration case in 2022, and now you drive a cab in New York City. Your story is the subject of a new documentary called The Accidental Spy, which hopefully comes out in May. So, couple things to knock out here real quick. I have a Patreon account.
Yes.
And we've grown quite the community there. We just took all their names. We're building a new studio. It's about 3.5 times the size of this. And we took all 28,000 people who have ever been a Patreon member and supported us, and we just put that on the wall inside, and the whole studio will be built around it. But one of the things I do is I offer them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question. So this is from Tin Dog. Do you consider yourself a patriot of the U.S. or a subversive because of the betrayal? Where is your head at today?
I am 100% American patriot.
I thought you would say that.
And I'm proud to be that.
Good. Well, we're proud to have you.
Thank
We're
you.
proud to have you. So, quick answer. But, and then lastly, you watch the show. So, everybody gets a gift.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Vigilance Elite Gummy Bears.
Yes. Thank
Legal
you.
in all 50 states. There you go. But this is going to be a heavy interview, and I hope we go down some rabbit holes. I mean, just since you've been here, you brought up the fact that something about uranium coming out of Russia. I definitely want to dive into that, and some of your outlook on Syria that we just discussed off camera. So, but let's start with life in Kosovo. So you're born in 1971 in Kosovo during a time of ethnic tension under Yugoslav rule.
I was obligatory service in Yugoslav army, which was the worst war ever existed in Balkans. I know you've been seeing a lot of the viewers and a lot of the guests, but I saw also very bad and a lot. I was in a group with one of the most dangerous criminal, Rajnatovic, known AKA Arkan.
Wow.
And I see eyewitnesses with my own eyes, beheading, killing, rape, you name it.
All of it.
And I survived.
How young were you when you started witnessing those things?
I tell you, my 20 years birthday was in the military. So I started 19 years old.
So you started seeing beheadings, rapes, all these kind of things as a
At age 20.
19-year-old kid, as a 20-year-old kid.
Yes.
What was the first time you saw a beheading?
I didn't believe it. First, I thought it's like something you watch in the movie. I saw a woman getting raped from those paramilitary groups of Arkan, and there was Croatians. I was in the Yugoslav army, and to me I didn't believe, because when we called for duty, we called for duty to serve the country against enemy outside, not inside of their own people. So Croats, that time when I was serving, it was still Yugoslavia, which I started my service March 20, 1991. And I was, serving, even that time, Albanians from Kosovo, we had no rights. We was considered like second-class citizens. Because history of ourselves, Kosovo used to be always part of the Albania. Because the communism dictator, it broke up and the Yugoslavia took over my country. But the history, it's always there. It's black and white. We cannot change it. Some people may like, some people don't like, but Kosovo was part of the Albania. So we start this uprising, to be separated from Yugoslavia, but we couldn't do it. We always had a lot of issues and stuff, and we couldn't do it. Then I was called in March 20, 1991, and I finished 3 months of training, which is in the beginning. It was 8 weeks, if I don't make mistake, and the start war in Slovenia. I was in a training camp in one of the cities of Yugoslavia, city called Shabac. It's very close to the Croatian border. That's where I started my military training for war. That's a little different than regular training. That's how I came out to see one of the worst criminal, Ražnatović Arkan. And there was volunteers. I was regular military. And we started those training and stuff. And one time, I never talked in my life. CIA knew this part, but my family, of course, knows. When we was in the training, you have some pictures we can demonstrate if you want later in the camp. It's pictures in the camp. I was ordered. It was stolen weapons in that camp from those volunteers. And when we said volunteers, it's two different groups. I was in regular military, and there was those Chetniks volunteers. They're butchering people, women, raping. Those with a group of Ražnatović Arkan. And since the military officers saw me like I was a little kind of skilled soldier, they put me to be security, not to allow nobody to move in a base. And group of 6 or 7 of them, they tried to sneak in, and I tell them, you cannot go in, stop. And they didn't want to stop. And then second time, because that's how was our rules, you ask them one time to stop. If they don't stop, then second time you pull the gun, you put the bullet in the chamber, and you're ready to shoot. And they don't want to stop. That's first time in my life I shoot in a people. That was
Kidding.
June or July of 1991. And I was age 20. I never talked in no media this part of the story, first time in my life. But when I said I didn't talk, CIA knew it everything. So when you come to, I did a polygraph test to the CIA, but we're not going to change the subject where it's beginning. And
so you
shot in a group of 6 or 7 volunteers of the Chetniks, the worst Chetniks. You have the picture. I did send it to you guys, the picture. I shot in them with the AK-47 like nothing. Like first time in my life shooting to the people was that in age 20.
Did you kill them?
I cannot say that if I killed, but they don't want to say it. But I know everybody was laying down in the ground. Nobody was moving. But I pulled the trigger, and I know I'm a sharpshooter. I don't miss easy. I'm very good in a shooting. So maybe one of them went down, but definitely I did shot in a group of them, and then that's how I become like very honor to the military, Yugoslav military. Like, I created trust. And then we still continue in a training camp in a city Shabbats. Exact, I will.
You didn't go to make sure they were dead or anything?
No, I cannot. You're not allowed because the officers come and escort me right away, and they took them out, and we're not allowed. It's a strict rules. If you shoot, then they have to escort you, keep you in a safe place for a couple of days. And I was given a pistol extra from one of the officers in case he said, if you get problem with one gun, you have a extra spare gun. So he kind of liked me, and he gave me his personal gun, and I kept for a couple of weeks or a month.
Wow. Did that bother you at age 20 to potentially kill?
Honestly, I feel very great because I knew that I was shooting in Serbians, and we consider them enemy of my country, enemy of my people. And for example, I didn't talk too much from all these 35 years about this. I left because sometimes legacy is good to leave in the end of the story of your life. But my family knows very well the story. My kids know very well, and it's 100% true. And I communicate after 35 years with officers who helped me 35 years ago. I communicated just recently, a couple of months ago.
No kidding, they still remember it.
They are retired in a former Yugoslav military, and they said we was proud what you did that time.
And what did you call them? Did you call them Chechens?
No, it was a Yugoslav officer, captain first class. It was a regular officers in Yugoslav military. So that's Serbians, Chetniks.
Chetniks.
So when I shot in the Chetniks. So was regular Yugoslav military. So it's a little too different. My officer didn't like them because he knew they are criminals. So he liked us. So he liked the regular military, but he didn't like the volunteers.
Wow.
Because volunteers is the one who commit the genocide.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what about the beheadings and the rapes? Who did you witness?
I witnessed those volunteers, Chetniks, did to the Croats. So I witnessed a woman I know one part, for example, it was a woman didn't have a 12 years kids. She had a baby. It was a 9-month or 10-month old. They killed the baby in front of me and the rest of the soldiers, and they raped the lady, and then they killed the lady too. So I witnessed that. It was somewhere in August of 1991. I was present myself. And then there was another story. A former Yugoslav military guy finished his service, and he came to visit his family in city Vukovar. I was one of the most dangerous wars in the city Vukovar. So he came in that to visit his family because he finished his service. When they found out, he came over there. They killed his father, and they killed the former soldier who served in Yugoslav military, and they shot him from the behind. They execute him. They kill his father first and then execute him. I witnessed that too. And then another part, this Chetniks, you have the pictures. They throw hand grenades. They put a woman and kids in one of the basement. And I remember family, last name Chutura. I helped them. They throw hand grenades in the basement, and me and one of my officers, he's originally from Bosnia-Herzegovina, but it was regular military. He said it was around 2 a.m. He said, let's go, we hear the noise, they asking for help. We went in a basement where we saw in that basement all murdered, killed women and kids. And I went in, and it was a little slippery. And I said to the officer, you have any match or anything, because it's slippery. And my foot was inside of the baby's body. Right inside, at age 20. And it was an old lady over there calling for help in Croatian, pomogni mi. And I went and took the lady. She was all butchered from hand grenades.
Man.
I took her out. Less than 10, 15 minutes, she passed away in my hand. I tried to help her. And then after start seeing all this, then you get used to it. It's a war, you know. Of course, you young in age, but when you see all this thing, then it becomes like it's a normal. You know, you're in a war. What you have to do, you have to defend yourself, protect yourself. You not to get killed. And we did the best. For me, for example, we never shoot innocent civilians. Even I was more pro-Croats. I was more able, dreaming to help Croats because we are more close with Croats than Serbs. Serbs is Chetniks who are allied with Russia, and we consider always enemy.
So the Serbs and the Chetniks are the same.
The same, yes.
And they were
Chetniks
doing
are
this
the base of them, the more fanatics. Like we have Islamic radical Al-Qaeda and stuff. So Chetniks are in Serbians like that.
Okay.
So if we compare with Al-Qaeda, so Chetniks are like Al-Qaeda.
And they were doing this to your people.
Not to my people, to Croats. Then after a little while, when they start war in Kosovo, they was doing to my people. But first, was 1991. And to my people was 96, 97, 98, 99. So in 91, I was in a Yugoslav military.
Jeez. How common was this?
Look, it was not unusual. Like from my generation, like even when I give an interview before in like short interview in English, one of the newspaper, I see people who I grew up, they don't know me much because we was young, 15, 16 years, and I don't talk about stories like that. It's not normal for me to talk, you know, because like one time I had nightmares. I couldn't sleep for a little while because when I start talking about past, what I saw, you have a trouble sleeping, you know, and I never want my kids to know this kind of stories because I want my kids to grow up to love people, not to hate. Because if you tell your child what you've been through, then they're gonna have a bad feeling, thinking, look, my father, what he went through, you know. I want to hate those people too. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to give my kids idea to hate anybody. Mm-hmm. I want my kids, they are born and raised in US. I want to be free, not to be having hate in their mind. Because when you start having hate, you have no space to love people. So I wanted to be educated, extremely free and good, not to have ideas of the wars and murders and death. So I want to be very calm and educated and civilized.
Wow, there's not a lot of people that think like that.
Nah.
That's pretty big of you. You've heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while now. They've stood in the gap for Americans who believe that faith, family, and freedom are worth fighting for, and they're the real deal. They've got cutting-edge technology, and switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% US-based team can activate you in minutes right over the phone. They're one of the few carriers with access to all 3 major US networks. That means exceptional nationwide coverage. They can even put a second number on a different network on the phone. It's like carrying 2 phones in one. They have unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, internet on the go devices, and home internet backup. Make the switch today and experience the difference. Go to patriotmobile.com/SRS or call 972-PATRIOT and right now use the promo code SRS for a free month of service when you sign up. Switch to Patriot Mobile and defend freedom with every call and text you make. That's patriotmobile.com/SRS or call 972-PATRIOT. My business has a lot of moving pieces, and with that, it's easy to lose track of all the subscriptions I'm being charged for. Digging through them is a pain. Thanks to Rocket Money, I found out I was actually paying for some that I wanted to cancel, but I forgot all about them. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money's dashboard gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts and lets you easily create a personalized budget. And the new goals feature automatically saves money for you. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They'll deal with customer service service so you don't have to. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when they use all the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/SRS today. That's rocketmoney.com/SRS. rocketmoney.com/SRS. How did you get into the military? Was it voluntary or was it somewhat of a draft?
No, I was obligatory military. That time when I was in Yugoslavia, you must serve. There was no choice because I couldn't have no passport. I couldn't leave the country. So it was a complete dictator. You know, you must, between age 18 and 20, at age 18, you have to go in a recruiting center for 4 or 5 days. So if you capable to serve. So I was in a recruiting center. I was 18 years old. And then at age 19, they sent me the letter. I have to serve the country. And I took that responsibility and I went and served the country. I thought, I'm serving a normal Yugoslavian country. It's not like I'm going to be part of the committing genocide. It was a clear genocide. Nothing, it's no secrets. I passed that situation. I was there until October 13 when complete Croatian city Vukovar collapsed. And I say it, I repeat it again. Like I grew up with the people, they didn't even believe. When they heard a little bit the story, they said, no, it's not that. But trust me, I passed very ruthless war. Look, I've been in Afghanistan, I've been in countries, Iraq and Syria and Lebanon and Jordan and all these countries. I saw the wars. I saw what Al-Qaeda did. But this war was also dangerous too.
Wow. And how long were you involved in that?
Until October 13, 1991. From March 1991 until October 13.
Shit.
So around almost 8-9 months.
And who was committing the genocide?
Serbs, Chetniks.
Were you guys committing?
Me personally, not.
No?
But group in my side, yes.
Yes?
Yeah, absolutely.
How was the woman being raped? How did that happen?
It's very bad. I can tell you this. I remember one picture I saw like today. I never forget that. Young, maybe 35 years old, when they took that child. I couldn't do much, because, look, I thought many times if I turn my gun to everybody and kill all this. But the problem was family, because if he was doing that to Serbs and Chetniks, they was going to execute my family. Because that's how they used to do to Albanians. If Albanian guy shot a Serbian or Chetnik, then they was going to kill the family. So then I was worrying my family. It's not me to get killed. I always thought I was like, since I grew up no fear. Like, I know one day I'm gonna die.
I mean, weren't they trying to kill you anyways?
They try. It was a time they said, look, we're going to crucify him. When I shot those group, there was rumors, we're going to butcher him. We're going to make a cross in his body, those 4 S's. Chetniks, they have 4 S's, cross and 4 S's, because they knew that I was Muslim born. So they was sending me threats through the soldiers and stuff. But look, Shawn, I'll be very honest, I was ready to die. When I started that military, I said, regardless if I die today or after 50 years, one day I'm gonna die. So I had no kids, I was not married, I was young. So that age is, the most dangerous age. Age is, you don't fear nothing. Not everybody. I'm telling you, not you have kids. Like I can tell you, example, I have a boy, 12 years old. If you see him, it's a big giant boy, but he will not kill cockroaches. He's so polite and nice. He would say, Daddy, no, don't kill that, But us was different because we had that hate between us and Serbians. So we grew up, my grandfather was executed in a communist country. My mother's father, he was executed in 1940. So, and we grew up, having that hate. So if I knew how my grandfather were executed, so now automatically my parents educate me, look, we live here, but those are our enemy. You know, my grandfather was killed. So now we cannot trust them. So I was very educated and trained to not to trust them. So to be always prepared, you know, if you have ever to come close, you have to defend yourself, or you're gonna get killed, or you have to kill.
So this was also a religious war.
It's not a religious war because I like us. It was more like we grew up in communist. Albanians was not religious the way it's in Middle East. You know, Albanians, we marry among Christians. We don't have no issue. Albanian, it's like one of the best example you can live in the whole world, because we have no issue Christians or Muslims. We are friends. We celebrate all Christmas, Ramadan, all together. So we have no issues between us. Of course, lately we have very dangerous fanatics. We crazy fanatics, because Albanians came out to go in a Syrian war, overthrow number one country from the population, give more jihadists to the ISIS and Al-Qaeda than any different countries. So, but us, we was not religious like that. So we was modernize, educate, drink. I was partying, I was drinking, I was doing life no different from you and the rest of the world. So we was no issue with religion. But
the
Serbians,
other side,
they used to look us like that. The other side always used to look us, oh, they are dangerous because they are Muslims, you know, they can threat us, they can kill us, but we was not like that.
and they were supposedly Christian.
Christians, yes, Orthodox Christians, from no different from Russians.
Holy shit.
But Croatians are Catholics. With Croats, we have very good relation. We never had issues with them. Only with the Serbians, Chetniks, was they are, you know, like Slavic. No different from Russians.
Wow. What happened? What happened with your parents? Do you have any brothers and sisters?
One brother passed away here in 8-9 years ago. One of them, oldest one, is in Switzerland. I bring my parents and the rest, and my parents passed away a few years ago in United States. They're all U.S. citizens, so I bring everybody. I'm the one I sponsor for bringing all my family. Only my wife and kids, they are born and raised here. My parents become naturalized citizens from me here.
And did they fight too?
No, my parents not. My father served in Yugoslav military 2 years, but he served 1960.
Your brothers?
And my brother did service, but he didn't caught up in a war. The youngest one, he came young here in U.S., so he didn't went in a war.
How did it end?
The end was it's good. My older brother, he served in the Yugoslav military. He did in 1988, so that time was no war. And my father did in 1940. It was no war that time. And the rest of the family didn't serve.
How did the war end?
Oh, very brutal. Still, it's a threat. Croatia separated. Yugoslavia is now 7 countries. It should start Serbia, Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia, Macedonia, and Kosovo, Montenegro. So it's 7 different countries from Yugoslavia. But still we have little issues. We have a U.S. military in Kosovo, which is our number one protector. To us, it's Albanians, we believe God is in the sky, America is in the ground. It's for Albanians, it's Albania and Kosovo, it's like a 53rd state of U.S. You know, we are more pro, but we have also issue with the terrorists. With fanatics, definitely we have a problem. So it's not like we are clean. We're not, because it was Albanian from Kosovo who came out in Frankfurt, Germany a few years ago. If I don't make mistake, 6-7 years ago, he executed 2 U.S. Marines in Frankfurt, Germany. He shot 2 or 3.
Wow.
Yeah. And not to pass in 1991, October 9, 1991, I tried to escape from the military, from the war zone, on October 9, I'm sorry. And I got caught in entering the Belgrade airport, and my father was in a bus, and my brother-in-law, they was trying to help me to escape the war. And I got arrested from military police. And that was one of the worst ever days I passed in my entire life. I was tortured so badly. When I had to use the bathroom, I was leaking blood. That's how they torture me, Yugoslav military.
How did they torture you?
They handcuffed me from the right hand with the left, and they was hitting me those black sticks they used to use in the military. I was bleeding badly. They was letting me stay in that, and they was doing in the right foot, just to have me to admit I'm a deserter from military. And Shawn, for me was or me to die or my family. So I decided to sacrifice myself, not to sacrifice my family. So what I did, I took the pain. They tortured me so badly, and I never admitted. I said I'm gonna die that day in military prison. I'm not gonna admit it. I'm leaving the military. They tortured me so badly after 4 days, because in Yugoslavia, I was a communist, have a little skills, because 1981 my father was a police for 4 years in Yugoslav police, that time regular police. So I learned how they, when they torture people, if you take a pain for 72 hours, they will let you go. So if you don't take the pain and you give up, you say, yes, I did that, then of course you're gonna get tortured and you're gonna get the prison. So now it was two things, or me to die or my family. So I never admitted, and they took me from a military prison. They sent me right away in a war zone. And you have a piece of paper, proof. I send it to you guys, and you can see it clear. In October 13, one of the officers, Captain Kablinovic Vajo, he's the one who helped me sign that permit. I'm going to be for 2 days visiting my family, but actually I was not going to visit the family, but he was helping me to leave the war, because I was going to go in military court, minimum 25 years just to enter the military court, because I did that shot against Chetniks. So I was between 25 years or death sentence. So I had no choice to do that, and I successfully left Yugoslav army. My family thought I was dead. I went in my city, Kosovo, that night. It was 4 a.m., midnight in the morning, and I jumped from the wall. All my family thought I was dead. When I knocked the window, complete family was waiting for my dead body to send it from military. When they saw me live in my city, everybody thought I was dead. I got killed because I was arrested from the military police. And then finally I received help from some family members, and I left Yugoslavia in October 14, 1991. I went in Switzerland. Took me 10 days journey to enter Switzerland from Yugoslavia.
How did you get to Switzerland from Yugoslavia?
It was a long journey. I'll be very honest, not easy young guy to do like that. It's, I guess, my nature. It's a little bit brave. They helped me to give me a fake passport, not fake passport, fake my picture, but different name. Mm-hmm. I never traveled like that, but I guess God gave me some kind of skills, my nature. That's how even I came out to CIA, because I was capable, I'm a street smart. Even I was not, who knows what kind of education in a school, but I was a natural street smart. And I came out to use that passport. My name was Jakub Ramusholi when I used that passport. I did use at least all in my life, maybe 10 or 13 different names by now. So I took that passport. I traveled from Macedonia to Bulgaria. From Bulgaria, I flew to Italy, and in Italy, I got arrested. They was not letting me go through from Bulgaria to Italy. I had a little cash with me, and they keep me one night in a prison in Italy, and they send me back to Bulgaria. But now, if I don't come out with my ideas to enter Switzerland, if I go in Yugoslavia, I was going to be in a military prison and life or death. So when you have this kind of situation, then now you gotta do whatever it takes to survive. It's not like you have experience, but experience you guys do is still different, because you have a strong support. When you have a U.S. military or U.S. government, you feel more strong. You know, it's a different feeling. But me, I don't have that support. I have my support is only me. How I'm gonna survive. So I was returning from Italy to Bulgaria, and I called from my couple of best friend and a family member to come and help me. So they smuggled me from Bulgaria to Romania illegal. And then from Romania, I did all my trips, Romania, Hungary, Germany, Belgium, France, Switzerland. I entered Switzerland in October 26, 1991.
And
illegal.
all that was, I mean, how did you fund that?
Oh, with money.
How much money does it take?
It took, that time, I believe, it was not over 2,300 marks that time. So basically like $2,300. Because I was always using buses, local buses and stuff. So to pay a little cheap and stuff, not to be expensive, I never pay smuggler. So everything in my life I did, I never pay smuggler. All I did myself.
So you did this all yourself?
All myself. Just using my connection, friends, you know, like that, and knowing me how I was brave and tough. So always I used to receive support.
I mean, that's a lot of friends in a lot of countries.
Yes, I do. Even today,
Bulgaria,
I'm speaking.
Italy, Germany, Belgium, France.
Sweden, France, Belgium, yes.
Holy shit.
Yes.
So you knew people in every one of these
Every
countries?
one of the countries, yes.
Who were they? Were they family members?
Albanians, everywhere Albanians. It's all connection. Even today, I'm speaking to you. I can easily say it. If you pick a globe and turn and put the finger, I'm sure I have a friend somewhere, somehow. It's kind of, I'm very friendly with people, and I'm loyal to my friends. It's not the job I did. My friends are never bad guys. I never have a friend bad guys. When I said friend bad guys, meaning hating United States. All my friends are good with US, good with a life. Regardless what they do with a personal life, when it's come to choose a US or terrorist, I don't have no friends who side with terrorists. All I have friends who side 100% with US.
Wow. And so what happens when you get to Switzerland?
I came out in Switzerland, and then I have a 10 or 15 first cousins in Switzerland, included my older brother. He was working that time in Switzerland. I stayed in Switzerland for a couple of months, from October to December. In December 23rd, I started working. After 1 week in Switzerland, I started working construction in Switzerland. Illegal, staying illegal. And I get arrested 2 days before Christmas. I'm sleeping in an apartment in Switzerland, and my brother and my first cousins, 10 of them, they was in a club. They was all young. And they come in with 2 cars, I think 11 or 12 guys. And the police obviously know only Albanians can beat 6, 7 guys in one small car. So they get arrested. So they come now, when they arrest, they come close to the building I used to live. But nobody knew what floor I was living, because one of my cousins gave me free apartment for a few months because I came from military. Everybody knew what I been through in the Yugoslav military. So they was kind of respecting me from my past what I did it. So they kind of like treated me a little special than the rest of the friends and cousins. I was like a brave man to them, and a special treatment. So they arrested me now, and it was December 23rd. The police come 3 a.m. in the apartment where I used to live in Geneva. And me and one of my cousins was sleeping. The bell was ringing that night. And he said, "It's a bell." I said, "Okay, wake up and just open the door." And he said, "But I see people with a white shirt." I said, "It's okay, you can open the door." They just went in, 10, 15 cops, the Swiss police, with the guns and everything, and they're telling us, don't move, and they're in French. And I was very little that time in French. Now I know, because I used to live in Geneva side and Quebec side, so I'm good in 5, 6 different languages. And now they're asking me for passport. They turn the light on, and the passport was next to TV. And that night I see a very bad dreams in a war. And he said, your name, And I said, c'est moi, Jakub Ramusholi, in French. And he looked at, oh shit, now what I'm gonna do, you know? And the other one get arrested, my brother get arrested, and 10 other 10 or 12 first cousins, all of them get arrested together. They send us in a prison in Geneva. I stay for 4 or 5 days in Geneva. Now it's my plan to survive because everybody gonna get deported in Yugoslavia. And nobody is from military, only me from all of us. So what I'm gonna do, I need to plan something myself. They're taking us from Geneva to Zurich, and from Zurich, ticket to Yugoslavia. And now everybody walking in an airplane. It was 2 days after Christmas, between Christmas and New Year 1991. I'm planning my plan B using my skills. Everybody moving in a flight, I'm the last to enter the airplane. And I'm telling the police, I'm saying to him, Monsieur, to me don the passport, which is, can you give me the passport? He said, yes, I want to show to you something. And he gave me the passport with a boarding ticket. I took the passport, a complete passport in front of him. And I throw in the floor and I push the police. And then they punch me. That's why I was looking. I was looking to get hit, so to seek the asylum. And I was in the floor. Everybody walked in a flight. They closed the flight right away, the door. Now they jump all the police in me. What I did, I said, moi, c'est déserteur of military de Yugoslavie. And they got stuck. When you mentioned deserter, meaning the deserter, it was from Yugoslav military, because that time a lot of Albanians was deserting the Yugoslav military. And they believe it. They sent me back to Geneva. They give me a translator. And I told the translator, look, I can bring my military IDs. I'm from former military. I came from war zone, from Vukovar. And they bring me translator and they give me asylum in Switzerland, temporary. That was December 1991. I stayed in Switzerland from 1991 to October 1994 in Switzerland. October 1994, I came to United States.
How did you get to the United States?
It's a very good question. And it's excellent answer. In 1994, I have my uncle came here in 1960. He emigrated from Albania. He was a U.S. citizen. So I dreamed all the time. I have my aunt and a lot of first cousin. They came that time. So I always dreamed United States, you know, because they used to come from U.S. to Kosovo to visit us. And, you know, we see like always it's good, you know, to be in United States. You know, my first cousins, they always talk nice. Some of them, they're born in U.S. that time. We're talking 35 years ago, because I have family members, they came 50 years ago, 60 years ago. And I was dreaming to come here. And Switzerland was not giving us asylum for good like in United States. They was giving us just temporary. All the former military was receiving status only temporary in Switzerland. So I asked my uncle, I said, can you send me an invitation? I want to come in United States. He said, I would send it to you, but it's not easy to get that visa. I said, look, you send it to me, I'm going to get the visa. And he sent me the visa, and with his invitation, they denied. So what I did it, now I use again my skills. I got the passport from somebody, friend of mine, and I went in a U.S. embassy in Switzerland and got the visa myself. I got the visa with a different name, not my name, Blerim Skoro. Again, my skills to get the visa in the U.S. embassy. And I went in Zurich and I got visa. They gave me multiply 1 year visa for U.S. I got the visa. I came in JFK. I flew in October 1994, and my uncle was waiting for me in JFK, and it was funny because like I'm using my skills not to trust still even my uncle, but not to tell him what I'm coming with name. So he's coming in information in JFK, calling for Blerim, but my name was a different name, Femi Husseini. So totally different name now. So he's waiting in airport. I took cab from JFK. I'm in Astoria, Queens, to his house. And then I see my wife, my uncle's wife. She's American, not Albanian, American born. And Patricia, she said, welcome. She's asking me, I did let a few words, where is your uncle? I said, I don't see my uncle. Then she paged him. That time there was no cell phones. And then my uncle responded, said, where are you? I said, I'm in your apartment. How come you was not waiting? I said, because I took a different passport, different name, you know. And then he come and I start live in U.S. 1994.
Wow. That's quite the journey.
Yes.
That's quite the journey. Had you ever met your uncle before that was here in the U.S.?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes, I did, yes.
And how long had he been here before you arrived?
Oh, he came here in 1960.
Oh, when did you meet him?
Oh, he used to come always from here in my country.
Okay.
He became U.S. citizen, and he had no problem to come to visit us.
And you didn't trust him?
I didn't trust him because I was fearing if I get arrested, then I will put him in trouble.
Gotcha.
So I was trying to save him.
Gotcha.
You know how it's a laws. If he knows I'm coming with a fake passport, different name, he can get trouble.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's quite the journey. And how old were you when you got to the U.S. finally?
I was 23, 24.
All that in 3 to 4 years?
Yes. Yes. After the military, 3-4 years. So I started military 19. I finished 20. And after 20, it's until 1994. So basically 23, 24. At young age, with strong skills.
Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll pick up with your life in the U.S.
No problem.
We all value our freedom, privacy, and financial security, but cyber criminals don't. Hackers, scammers, and thieves are trying to steal what is rightfully yours every day. I'm always looking for ways to protect my family and to keep their personal information secure, which can be tough in my line of work. This is why I trust Identity Guard. With Identity Guard, you're not flying blind. They monitor your identity, credit, and social security number in real time so you get instant alerts before the damage is done. When you sign up, you get access to their USA-based customer care team who is available to you 24/7. You also get up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, dark web monitoring, bank and investment account protection, and home and auto title fraud alerts. Listen to this offer from Identity Guard. Identity Guard is offering our listeners a 30-day free trial and 60% off when you go to identityguard.com/SRS. That's 30 free days and 60% off at identityguard.com/SRS. That is less than what you're paying for that streaming service you forgot to cancel this month. That's IDENTITYGUARD.com/SRS to sign up for a 30-day free trial and get 60% off. Certain terms apply, so be sure to check the site for details. Bond Charge is here to help you optimize your life with evidence-based, holistic wellness products. Bond Charge can help you perform at your peak and help you recover faster. If you're struggling to detoxify or just need to unwind and reduce stress, I've been there. And I found my solution with the help of Bond Charge's infrared sauna blanket. After using the blanket they sent me, I can feel a difference in my back and muscle pain levels. Their infrared sauna blanket can help raise your heart rate and help detoxify your body by sweating out toxins. The infrared heat targets your body directly, so you get all the benefits of a sauna without that intense heat. You can read or even watch TV while it works. It's magic. Bond Charge ships worldwide fast and offers a 30-day trial plus easy returns. Ready to feel your best? Visit bondcharge.com/SRS and use code SRS to save 15%. That's BONCHARGE.com/SRS and use the coupon code SRS to save 15%. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. All right, Blerim, we're back from the break. You're coming to the U.S. I know you worked a lot of odd jobs, and then you got picked up and started working with the Albanian mafia. And we'll get to that. But so arriving in the U.S., you're living at your uncle's house with his family. What do you start doing?
In after a few months, I stay, if I don't make a mistake, 2 or 3 months until I got my own apartment. My own apartment I got somewhere in February 1995. And I applied for asylum in 95. I started in December 94, and then we sent the papers to immigration 1995. And my asylum was right away approved and granted. In May 1995, I got granted political asylum in U.S., which it was my dream come true. You know, I was always dreaming that, and I become like very quick, very easy. A lot of people was struggling and suffering, not being able to become a U.S. resident. I did in less than 3-4 months. And after I got granted 95, I started working. I did a lot of different jobs in restaurant, construction. I was doorman. I was in a cleaning company, and supporting my family. I was always full-time worker, never no job. And somewhere 95, 96, it started breaking a war in Yugoslavia between my country, Kosovo and Yugoslavia. Because those years, it was Slovenia and Croatia where it got separated. So it was left over Kosovo, Montenegro, and Macedonia. And it was not easy. I'll be very honest, I was working hard. And a single person with one check, paying the bills and supporting family was not easy. And it was good you to make a living for yourself, but that time my family was not working in Yugoslavia. So I had over my back maybe 10, 15 family members, no job in Kosovo. So there was all dependent from me. So all my family was waiting for me. So no pension, no income, no nothing, just Blerim to send it to them. And I was young, hanging out with, becoming friends with a lot of Albanians. And one day, it was 1996, I'm in a bar with all Albanians, you know, drinking party. Again, I'm through the religion Muslim, but, you know, enjoying life. Nothing strict, no Wahhabi, no strict Islam. And I'm telling my friends, look, I'm having a little hardship, you know, supporting my family and stuff, but I always used to live by myself. No roommate, nobody, just my own apartment and enjoying the life. And one day they approached me, they said, look, we can help you, you know. And I said, help, you know, how is the help possible? They said, you know, you can send drugs to Albania. I said, drugs to Albania? No, I never did that, you know. First time, you know, having this conversation, I was in a military service, war and stuff like that, but in a community, I was highly respected in New York. So by knowing my past, how I got arrested in the military, because it was not easy somebody to survive that torture. It's crazy, you know. So now everybody knows that torture I did, and you know how I served in the Croatian war. You know, was one of the most dangerous war in Balkan. So but even in a mafia community, my name started becoming among the 5-6 families, Gambino crime family, Genovese, Bonanno, Lucchese, all this Italian mafia, included Albanians, and. I was respected. We was hanging out in one of the Gambino crime club in Bensonhurst. Used to be well-known neighborhood of mobsters in New York. I used to live in that neighborhood, you know, living all in the middle of the mobsters, so all surrounded with mafia. And I kind of blend in good with good skills, and now it's quick spread the rumors, oh, he came from the war, you know. Knowing through the media he comes from the war zone, they give you highly respect. You know, they treat you more than the rest of the people, you know, because, you know, surviving in that Croatian war, it's kind of big things. I started the trip, first trip, if I don't make mistake, somewhere end of 96, first drug dealing, sending drugs to Albania.
So hold on, what's going through your head when the Albanian mafia says we can help, we just need you to push drugs to Albania?
Those moments, for example, I didn't much ask because I know the nature of the mafia. It's not to ask too much questions, because if you ask questions, then you're raising questions. Maybe you work for government, because my asylum was granted right away. So a lot of them was still illegal, because that time in U.S. nobody was asking you for documents. You can live here, like rest of the illegal immigrants. Nobody will ask you if you have any paper. So it was like normal everybody else. And since I started hanging out with them, I said not to ask questions. All I need to follow whatever they tell me to follow. Nothing, no questions. And they teach me how to do all these things. And I said, okay, we start, hanging out, being more close to them, more, but they had a good reputation. I tell you this, Albanians, Italian mafia was very dangerous, but Italian mafia would not play with Albanian mafia because they was taking them too serious. Albanians was killing them with no problems. It was more kind of serious Albanians than Italians. They used to see them. Then when I came out to the prison, then I found out Albanians was really more strong than Italians.
So the Italian mafia they were scared of the Albanians.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. Even me, for example, when I was in that club, look, the time mafia, how they was functioning, when it's a club, they all know each other. Even it's not social club, but they all know each other. So now they know it is guy who came from the war, and it's me. And I used to be known like Benny. My nickname was Benny. Everybody used to know me Benny. So now, Benny came from the war. So when I walk in that club, they always respect me. So, but I never worked with Italian mafia. Never had I had a friends, we communicated, hang out, but never any business like being in Italian mob.
So it was friendly.
Friendly, but never been in mob.
But never crossed the business line.
No, never. Just with Albanian.
Did you know these guys were in the mob before they approached you?
No. I never knew it until I believe, second or third trip. Then I start becoming friendly, seeing them gambling, just, using drugs, drinking, party, all these things, and controlling gambling. They used to control a lot of gambling stuff in New York City. Albanians, they used to control a lot of the Italian mobsters. It's not like Albanians was not like a big group, but small group, very strong, very loyal to each other.
Interesting. What else was the mafia into in New York? Gambling?
Gambling, drugs. Was always drugs in them. Prostitution always with them.
Sex trafficking.
Racketeering, extortion. All this. Whatever it's in
all the bad shit.
All illegal things, they used to be under the control of mafia.
And so let's talk about how you got into drug running. What kind of drugs was it?
It was cocaine. Sending cocaine from United States. First, I started in Albania for a few trips, and then from Albania, I started doing to Italy. Then I start dealing with the mobsters of Albania, mobsters in Italy.
Okay, so you went. So let me just get this straight. So they sent you to Albania.
Yeah, I flew from JFK to Italy. Used to change flight in Switzerland or Germany. Always it was a transit, Germany, Frankfurt, or Italy, and then from Italy to Albania. But mostly of the time, Germany and Albania, or Switzerland, Albania.
So did you live there, or would you come back to New York?
I will come always back to New York. I just send the drugs, bring the money. Send the drugs, bring the money. So we used to take one piece of cocaine, send it, or two. Sometimes we used to be 2-3 of us, send 6-7 kilos, and come back with money.
Did you have any fear about going back?
Fear back to go where?
Albania.
No, I didn't have no fear.
None?
No.
How would you smuggle the drugs?
In the body. We used to sew a little bit those like a swimming suit tight and make a pieces in a body. That time was it's a very, I can explain a little bit. Checks in the airport used to be very different, very easy. You couldn't smuggle, you couldn't walk like. I used to have a nice 3-piece suit, nice clothes, and drugs inside and tie it up good in a body, and you pass it through. Before you do the trip, same clothes we wear, and we go do test one day before if it's going through alarm detector. If it goes those closed alarm detector, then you change it. You do something closed, no belt, so it don't ring the alarm. So the next day, I used to smuggle the drugs, take the drugs from New York, send it to Albania or Italy, and then Italy sell it in the street. But I never dealt in the street life, meaning selling in the streets. Always I used to deal with big guys, like bosses.
Strictly transport.
Yeah, just, not smuggling and selling in the street. Never dealt in a street sell.
So how would the cocaine be packaged?
Or the way it comes from Colombia.
It would be in a
in a piece brick, yes. Always brick.
And you wouldn't break it up?
No, never break. Because if you break, then they don't want to buy it. So always hard breaks. I used to take, it was time, 3 kilos in the body. So 1 in the front and 2 sides. A 3-piece suit, very nice suit, tie, like businessman, with a suitcase with you, pass it, no problem.
Wow. How many times did you do this?
I did easy, I can say, minimum 10 times.
Minimum
8 to 10
10
times. Yes.
And what would the process be like when you got to Albania?
Oh, hanging out over there 3-4 days, given to the people. We used to always have waiting people with money. Just you stay 3 days to 1 week, not to be suspicious when you come back in U.S. So not to raise suspicious how you come right away next day. So you stay, hang out, enjoy Albanian coast 1 week, and come back, bring the money, no problem.
How much do you get smuggling a cocaine into Albania?
It was kilo that time was $55,000 a kilo.
55,000
Yes.
a kilo. So you're smuggling about 3 kilos a trip?
Yes, 150. It was a time, one shot, I bring it, the highest amount of money, $560,000 cash.
Holy shit. And that's all for you to keep?
With a group.
With the group?
Yeah, with a group, yeah. Sharing. We was always partners and sharing.
So that was your money. You didn't need to transport the money and give it to the Albanian mob back in New York. That
We
was
used to share.
55,000.
There was 3-4 of us all the time sharing.
How much would you be able to keep?
It was time 80,000, 90,000.
Per kilo,
20,000.
I'm saying.
Oh, per kilo was maybe, per kilo I can say $8,000 to $9,000.
So you would get paid
Yeah.
roughly a little under $10,000
Yes.
per kilo.
Yes, yes.
It's a lot bigger than working at a cleaner's.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Big different. It's especially like, this is a trick. You think it's a big money, sweet money, but that's the worst thing. Today, I would freely say, I would never even dream, even advise anybody to do any work like that, because that's short time.
What do you think would have happened if you would have said, no, I don't want to smuggle drugs?
In the beginning, nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing, absolutely. I need the money. So they didn't care. They have a man. It's not that everybody was brave the way I used to with the military experience, but there still was people to do and still continue doing. They don't do the way they did it. They change all those things, but they're still doing. Drugs will never stop. It's a business.
And so what would the meetup look like? How would you know who you're meeting over there?
In Europe,
Yes.
always through the friends, always to the names, always to the mediator. So I go, for example, to one of the family members from here in Albania, not to my family, to the members of the group. And then they waited for me in the airport. They're taking me home. I stay in the apartments in Albania. And next day, they come in to take the drugs, giving the money. Always drugs, money, exchanging, never loan. So always paid in a spot, in a hand. Giving the drugs, taking the money.
Did your family know you were doing this?
No,
Your uncle?
no, nobody.
You don't think they picked up
I
on
never
that?
showed to them money. My family knew that over there was easy to believe because I was telling them I'm doing 2 jobs. So I was never telling my uncle how much I'm sending over there, because then he would know what I'm doing. So I try to keep very strict because I learned one thing. In the crimes, if a person knows, he can be charged with the crime. So I learned that part to keep the secret. But after like few years, my uncle found out I did it, and then we're gonna come to the point. It's a funny part how my wife caught me doing the drug dealing. Found out it's very. I didn't even believe.
Let's go.
I'm in a phone using different language, Serbian, talking to somebody in a Serbian because my wife is born and raised in U.S. Then I was never sure she understands Serbian. I never thought she was 5 or 6 years old. They left U.S. to live in the valley called Preševo, which is in the Serbian side. Her parents took her for a couple of years to live there when she was young, and she went in Serbian school. I never thought my wife she was know Serbian. So I'm talking in the phone home, having a nice conversation. I got married. I hung up the phone. My wife, she think I'm working restaurant, and I took her to work with me. And then she came out. She said, "You're a drug dealer." I said, "How you know?"
That's what you said? How do you know?
Yeah. I said, "Baby," she's telling me, "you just had a conversation about drugs. You're talking in Serbian." And then she tell me whatever I said. I said, "Geez, what happened with me now?" That's how I caught up my wife to know.
What was the conversation?
We was making meeting how we gonna take the drugs, but I was home. So for my wife not to know, I told them, "Look, we're gonna talk in this language because my wife, she doesn't know. She's American born, you know. I never thought American can learn Slavic, you know. It was like common sense."
How did she respond to that?
Oh, she didn't like that. She didn't like that. She freaked out. If my family knows I married a drug dealer, they will behave me. Her family, it's interesting because before I got married, we met each other. We dated. We met each other. It's a in a document. It's like some part is like a love story. I met her in 1997. I'm sorry, in Albanian party, and that time I was, my name was the best in Albanian community. Everybody used to know it's Albanian mob, Albanian gangster, very good reputation, driving Mercedes, few years in United States, not a lot of immigrants can do that, bulletproof car, all these things. I start dating her for a few months, and I'm picking the phone, calling her parents, to get engaged. And the first thing her father asked me, "What do you do for a living?" I said, "I work in a restaurant." "How long you been here?" I said, "I've been here 3-4 years." He said, "I cannot give you my daughter. You just want to marry her because you want to become U.S. citizen." But I was very granted asylum. I didn't need to get married with my wife to become U.S. citizen. I said, "Look, sir, I don't need to get married. I have my papers. I'm traveling to my country. I don't have no problem with the papers." "No," he said, and he hung up the phone. I said, "Okay, if you hang up the phone, then we start." We engaged, and she took a vacation with their parents. We planned everything, and so in June '97, they're going back to Kosovo, and they are in vacation. And after a couple of weeks, I'm going in vacation too. But I decided with my wife to get married, and I told my family, "I'm going to come in Kosovo and make a wedding party and get married." And I'm going. The parents in Kosovo, they don't want to give it to get married. They told her no. And I said, "Look, are you going to get married?" She tell her parents in front of me, "You know what? I love my husband, my boyfriend. We was engaged, and I'm going to go with him." She had a choice. It was 20 years old, 19, between 19 and 20. So she left the family and come and got married with me in Kosovo. And then we come in U.S. In 97, 98. My first daughter was born, April 98, and the second daughter was born in September 1999. But those years, then I started drug dealing, working always. I always used to have a job. So to be good to the government side, paying taxes and everything, but doing drug dealing.
And your wife, she found out before you got married or after?
After. She found out after we got married.
And you kept doing it?
I kept doing that, yes. Then money was sweet. Money was sweet. And it's...
Did she come to terms with it?
Then I used to take her a couple of times, few times. I used to take her with me when I used to go. Then I start changing, working myself, working with Italy only, not no more with Albania. Now I build a relation, friendship with Italians, and I used to work myself in Italy. Then I used to take her with me just to look good in airports, like a couple traveling, just, like the customs not to be suspicious in what we're doing. So I used to take her and just fly to from JFK to Italy. Always using transit. Even going to Italy, I used to always use Germany.
Interesting. So what did the Albanian mafia think when you started working for the Italian?
They never thought I was working for Italian. I was working for myself, but I have a good friendship with mobsters. So nothing like I'm under them. I'm also in my own, but not under mafia.
So there was no
suspicious anything. I always keep my loyalty to Albanian mobsters.
How did the conversation start with the Italians?
I learned a language. The conversation start, reputation building up. I build my name from Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, New York. So when you build in New York, you hanging out with mobsters, always become friends, drinking together every night in the bars, and that's how, build a friendship with them.
How did they approach you?
How they see, how they're respecting my people, how they was respecting me. They used to know I came from the military. They used to know I came from the war zone. We used to have a conversation when we in a club. We always talk, I was there, we did this, we did that, then now you become strong, because I barely saw anybody being in a past like me. I didn't see anybody coming from the war like the way I came. So it was like only me in the group. Of course, there was guys in a street life way they did crazy things, beating, breaking legs, breaking arms. There was guys like that. But to them was still, they can do that. But if a Benny get crazy, he can shoot us. So Benny is respected. It's among ourselves. We can play and joke, but still, we gotta respect him for his past.
So you saw him breaking people's legs and... It's
not eyewitnesses, but I knew it when they came from the situation. I knew it, they broke somebody's legs or, I heard they shot somebody in a trunk. They told me we shot somebody and left him in a car, in a trunk.
They would just tell you this?
Yeah, there's no problem. And I know who was the person who got shot.
Give me one example.
It's it's Albanian. It's considered like a traitor to them, and I will think his name because it's a little long time. And they told me we shot so and so, and then I found out he got shot, and they left him in his car in the trunk. And then I know people got beat up, breaking legs, breaking jars, and stabbing, knife, and stuff like that. I used to know, I went far, I used to know son-in-law of the Jangari, Karmai. We was in the same room in a prison. I met John Jr. from Gambino crime family. I met boss of Colombo family. I met Genovese boss. With one of them, Anthony Spiro, who passed away in prison. He was my cell partner. He was head of the Genovese. Anthony Spiro was life sentence. He was my cell partner. So I spent time with had co-founder of the Bloods in New York, Pistol Pete. And his son is in Florence, Colorado. I was very close with him. He was my cell partner 3 years. We went alone, excellent.
Wow. Did you know who these guys were at the time?
Not the time.
No?
No. In the beginning, some of the mobsters I used to know. Like from the Gambino, for example, one of the two brothers, Saul and Tommy, I knew there was a wise guys. There was a, very strong in a rank in a Gambino crime family.
How did you eventually get picked up?
It's my past.
No, in prison.
In a prison, I tell you, this is the best part of the story of the life. That trip, Shawn, I did not do that trip. I was set up. I was not involved in that trip. When I get arrested, it's a mistake of the U.S. government. When I said mistake of U.S. government, how informers was using government. So one of the informers, there was two of them. He came out from the prison. And what he did, I started lending him money. We used to do loan sharking a little bit. And he sent somebody in Pakistan for drugs. He's dead today, he's deceased in a prison. They said he got killed or something, but it's not my problem. I don't care, he got what he deserved. And this guy, who set me up, he said, one day, we coming from the Bronx to Queens, he said, we used to call each other son. He said, be careful, maybe government one day arrest you. They can tell you I'm informer, but I'm not. Shawn, when you don't have when you're not in a system, federal prison, look, you have a very strong, good experience. I see you part of the life story. You've been in a SEALs, you've been in an intelligence agency, and it's excellent experience you have. But it's a different, my experience, you can know the laws a little bit. I don't know the laws. Only time you learn the laws, today, speaking with you, I'm like a paralegal. I know the law very well. I can tell you about the U.S. laws, you will never believe it. Mm-hmm. So I'm coming, informer telling me, hey, be careful, if they arrest you, they can tell you, I'm working for the FBI. I don't believe. One of my first cousin told me one day, look, cousin, don't trust Nick because Nick is FBI informer. I said, come on, Nick cannot be informer because he knows me. I come from the war. I will shoot him. He's fearing me. But I learned all these 2 years when I was friend with that informer, when he talked to his family, he always mentioned my name because his phone was tapped. So if something happened, he get killed. So they know his family who he was with, So every time he's with me, he talked to his wife or somebody of family and tell him, oh, I'm with Benny. And then one day he got me paranoia. And I told him, son, how come you always mention my name in a phone? Oh, no, just because I love you. Okay. One day we playing pool and somebody called him from Greek. He was deported. He was arrested and deported. He stayed in a federal prison. But this guy went in a bathroom. So the phone ringing, and Cleonthi, the guy who got killed was Vito, Albanian guy, in a trunk from the past story we was talking. He came in my mind, head. His name is Vito, Albanian name. So he got killed from one of the Albanian mobsters. He was shot in the head in a trunk. So now Cleonth, it's the guy Albanian who called him from the Greece. This guy is in a bathroom, the informer, but he's my friend, my ex-friend. And I answered the phone, his phone. And this guy cursing me saying, hey, you mother F, why you not answering the phone, you F and snitch, this, that. I said, yo, who you talking to? I'm not Nick, I'm Benny. Oh, I'm sorry. Where is Nick? He's not answering my phone. I said, he's in the bathroom. He said, he's an informer. I said, really?
So you had a lot of signs that says this guy was an informant.
But Shawn, it was too late for me. This is it coming in 1991. It's very, government is very investigating me. They're watching me. So I'm very followed from the U.S. government, from the FBI and DA. So it was no more, only choice was me to stop, but there still was building case against me. So what he did, he asked me to do a favor to send him $21,000 in Pakistan. I did wire from the Western Union. I make that mistake in my name. But I was young, and it's not like I thought I used always myself to say, hey, he's gonna be scared to snitch me because he knows my past. But he did it. He snitched me, and I don't want to use that. It was informer. You know, we're trying to be more polite in the language so the viewers not to think now I'm going rough in the people. And I sent $21,000 to somebody who was in Pakistan. And he was connected to one of the most wanted. You have a picture with Bin Laden. So he was supporter of Bin Laden. I saw a picture with him and Bin Laden after I went to Pakistan. So now I wired $21,000 and this guy comes back in somewhere in November 1999. And he gets arrested in New York. But he doesn't tell nobody. He gets arrested in 6 or 7 Albanian group of the mafia. Everybody goes in jail. Only this one get bail. So now everybody rumors how come this guy get bail. Long story short, he doesn't call me. He doesn't come to see me. He owns me $21,000. So informer Nick, he tells me, you have to go yourself in Pakistan, me to pay you the money. But he was setting me up. Now it's not, I'm 100% clean. I'm according to the US laws, and I'm witnessing today in this interview, I was 100% clean. I was never dealing with heroin, never dealing with Afghanistan or Pakistan. All I was dealing with cocaine with Italy, never with terrorists. So I was always used to think, if I give them money, so that money is going to support terrorists. So I was keeping myself because US was to me my dream place. Mm-hmm. So regardless what I do with Italy and gangs and mafia, long as I keep myself clean with terror group. So I don't mind dealing with mafia. I mind dealing with terror group. So this guy sent me to Pakistan. I'm taking a first trip in February of 2000 in Pakistan. That's my first trip in my life in Pakistan. I'm going over there, not knowing nothing, country never visited in my life. Landing over there, I took my wife with me, which is strictly over there bad, but I never took my wife when I was meeting. And now, this informer has a good, strong relation, friendship with one of the Pakistani wanted. He's still wanted today. He's in the still FBI wanted list. And I'm going, his name, I can say it, it's not, I don't mind to say his name. His real name is Mir Kazim Shah. He lives in a tribal area in Peshawar, Mardan. It's a city Peshawar near the Afghanistan border. So he's still wanted from early 90s. He's still in the FBI. He's indicted twice in Eastern District Court. First trip landing in Karachi, Pakistan. From Karachi, Pakistan, I'm going to Islamabad, Pakistan. In Islamabad, I'm waiting for this guy. But this guy, he knew what he's wanted. He was very smart. And he doesn't come in my time. He called in hotel, and hotel tell me, you have phone call from guest. And he said, it's you? I said, yeah, it's me. I'm going to come and see. I waited 1 week, 10 days. He doesn't want to come and see me. And I'm calling the informer. I said, that time he was my friend. I said, he said, this is how it works. You got to wait only in his time. Then one time he show up nighttime. He doesn't want to get caught up in the cameras and stuff. He walks in. He's known Amir, a.k.a. Amir, but his real name, Mir Kazim Shah. He said, hi, how are you? Good English speaking, you know. At that time he was easy. I was maybe 26, 27. He was for sure 40, 45. Said, look, you want to do this? I said, yeah, I bring some money. I give him, if I don't make mistake, another $20,000 cash to him. So for the trip. So he preparing 5 kilos of heroin to bring it back. So I took, after 1 week, 5 kilos of heroin. How he did it, Shawn, it's a good part. When we was sitting, I started hanging out a few times. I went to visit him. He took me to Afghanistan to see how they grow in the opinion. They have maybe at least 5,000-6,000 security. Those Afghans with AKs and stuff like that. But I was clean shave. It's different than working for CIA. So I was like clean Western guy, no beard, no nothing. So it's a little big different than when I work for the CIA. He took me over there. He said, look, we're going to plan this trip. But I want to tell you one thing. I know I'm wanted in the U.S. government. He told me straight up, the first time. When I went in his house, he told me, I'm wanted from the U.S. government. If I want to be bad guy, I can send a bomb the way I'm going to send you drugs. And you can leave it in JFK and blow the JFK. That's what he told me. In the first trip, in 2000 we're talking, when there was not too much Al-Qaeda skin. You know the Al-Qaeda because you have experience, but not the rest of the world, you know. So at age 27, I'm meeting first time somebody who hates the U.S. And then I see picture with not just him, with Bin Laden in the crew, black and white picture, and he's in one of the corner, Bin Laden in the middle. He was a former Mujahideen. He was shot in the Afghan war. So he fought with Mujahideen's Russian war. So he's a former Mujahideen against Soviets. So he's not young. And we talking nice conversation. He taking me in Afghanistan, coming back, and I stay, I think, around 3 weeks.
Where did you go in Afghanistan? Do you know?
Near the tribal area. We passed through the Mardan. We went to from Baluchistan side, and we went. I went as far as Kandahar. We went to Kandahar. I was in Kandahar. I was one time. I think we visited for a few hours Mazar Sharif. So we spent those tribal area where it's always controlled from that time was complete control from Taliban. It's not Taliban after collapse. So time when I was there was control of the Taliban. And nice, I came and bring the drugs. It was excellent.
What was the point of you going to Afghanistan? He just wanted to show you the fields and
how is strong. He wants to bring me in. He wants me to kind of recruit me in their view. My interest was just to take that drugs and bring it and get my money. My interest was nothing be Al-Qaeda, not supporting terrorists. My interest was to bring that drugs so I can get my money and finish this. So I bring the drugs they bring the drugs, they pass the customs in Pakistan. They bring it in a bathroom after you do all the checkpoints. Because in Pakistan, they pat you down. When you enter the airport, they pat you down. But the police, of Pakistani police, this guy has all connection. Police brings the drugs in a bathroom. So one day before, I meet the police outside. And I know that police gonna bring the drugs. So he bring west with wearing himself. So now when you pass customs, Pakistani customs, they open the luggage and they put the tag that luggage is searched. So they don't have to go through. And they pat you down, you go the alarm detector and everything, and you clean, you pass the security. Before you board, it's a bathrooms. So he goes, the police goes first, he comes and watch me, and I follow him. So he goes in one bathroom, he takes his vest in the bathroom, he comes out, I enter the bathroom, I wear the vest in the bathroom. So I'm a clear in the customs. Now 5 kilos of heroin, west, it's in my body. So now I'm just waiting to board. When you board in airplane, they check the ticket. It's it was screened the bag, the carry-on, and they know they don't have to touch it because it went to checkpoint. But drugs is in my body. So I'm coming now from Karachi to Shannon Airline, and then from Shannon to JFK. When I come to JFK, I passed one time. But first trip, I came from Karachi to Canada, Toronto. I never came back. What I did, Shawn, we planned the trip for me to avoid suspicious, because when you come in customs here, they ask you where you coming from. And if you tell them you're coming from Pakistan, they will right away suspicious. But when you tell them you coming from Canada, it's no problem, you know. But in Canada, when I come, look, Shawn, I want to just to understand something very clear. You plan this kind of life in a intelligent way, you to avoid detection. We plan this before how the government function, what can avoid tracing you. So when you come in from Pakistan to Canada, and in Canadian customs, I said I couldn't get a straight flight for JFK. I have 1 day to stay in Canada. So you just, one word, you're lying to them, protecting yourself, because Canadians, they think, okay, you're going to go back to New York tomorrow, so they don't need to ask you if you're bringing anything. You clean, just transit 1 day. You understand? Mm-hmm. So then when you come in Toronto, the next day when the customs you come straight, because in that time in Canada, you pass the customs only Canada. When you come in LaGuardia, you go straight in the street. They don't search you. They don't ask no questions. You pass in the customs in Canada. So I'm clear, I bring the drugs 5 kilo. That's the first trip.
How many passports did you have?
All my life, I did maybe 12 or 13.
12 or 13
Yes.
passports?
Yes.
Where would you get the passports?
It's very easy everywhere. All like 4 or 5 times I had the passport from CIA. 4 times at least.
Not those ones.
Yes. Mine it's maybe at least 6, 7 times. Buying from the people.
They would just make them for you.
No problem. Any passports, you name it, I couldn't get.
So you would fly to Canada from Pakistan on a different passport than you would
come with my passport, original travel document, U.S. travel document.
Mm-hmm.
I used to use my name, so I can be clear. I will not show the passport. I had a visa for Pakistan, because to go in Pakistan you have to have a visa, regardless if you're a citizen or anybody. Everybody who travel to Pakistan, you have to have a Pakistani visa. You have the visas in passport. So I used to use 2 different passports all the time.
So would you go from the U.S. to Canada to Pakistan?
Yes.
Okay, so it just looked like you were in Canada, and then you would keep that passport separate, so it just looked like you were in and out of Canada.
Using 2 different passports.
Okay. And so how did you get arrested? How did they catch you?
I'm coming in May 2000, getting arrested. When I went in May 2000, I'm going to make it short this because we have a lot of story, and he's setting me up. Now it's a clear, I'm not dealing. I'm going second trip because those first drugs I bring, he said it's no good. Informer telling me. But informer saying to the FBI and DA, I'm dealing with Ben, different Ben, not with Nick. All the drugs he's telling the government, I'm not dealing with informer. I'm dealing with totally different source. But he's a double agent. He's profiting himself. He's using DEA and FBI. He's giving information. But he never telling the DEA and FBI he's dealing with drugs. I'm dealing with somebody. So he's only informer. So he's profiting from himself in a drug dealing, and he's profiting from the government paycheck. It's a double agent.
Mm-hmm.
So then he's telling me, you have to go back, bring another 5 kilos. I said, come on, man. I go. I had a bad accident over there in Pakistan with horse. I'm not bringing drugs. 2 different people bringing drugs from Pakistan to Germany. In Germany, somebody else supposed to come. What informer does, him and his wife sets up my sister-in-law and my wife. So my sister-in-law to come and bring the drugs because his wife used to know my sister-in-law. But I'm with those 2 different carriers in Pakistan. So we bring in the drugs. Then in Germany, I see my sister-in-law and my wife was in Germany. And I got mad. But there was a last minute change plan. So he planned, so my sister-in-law get arrested and I take the blame. So now we coming from Germany to JFK. They're letting me go through. Informer give information about my sister-in-law. So now I pass the customs. Then I see my sister-in-law get stopped and my wife. And that time it was my daughter with them. Baby, this is one of the worst mistakes in my life. I never forgive myself. This is the worst part. And then I walked in. And I said to the customs, I'm with them. I said to myself, I have no choice. But the custom agents played me very dirty in my life. very unfair. In the United States, you have to have a Miranda rights. The agent, custom agent, I remember his name to the day I died, Jamal. He left the door cracked a little bit. And my baby, my daughter, year and a half, was walking around. And he's in the office with me and him. He said, sir, you have two choices. Or you to take this blame, or us to take your daughter to put in a shelter to somebody else. And I didn't know my rights. And I said to myself, you know what? It was a very hard feeling moments. I said, okay, let my daughter go home. I take full responsibility. I take all the blame. I didn't do that trip. I said, I'm a man, I will take the blame. And then let my daughter go home and let my wife and my sister-in-law, I took that. But I was happy. If I was given right, no. But I was happy I saw my child going home because I make a mistake. Every father will do that for the child. And I get arrested, put it in a prison, sending me to Metropolitan Detention Center. This is not first time in a prison, but regretting my mistakes. How father can let that? You know, I was meant to die. I was meant to be killed. I was meant to be shot. But, you know, not to take a blame for your child. Every normal human being would do that. And this is the part when I get arrested. And I said to myself, you know what? It's okay. I'm going to pay this. I did that. But we
How
missed
old was your daughter?
year and a half. Only year and a half. She just was walking, the oldest one. Before, in the drug dealing time, I was involved with KLA. We missed one of the good part. In 98, 99, I went from here to fight, to help my people in Kosovo war. When U.S. bombing was in 78 days Yugoslavia, I was inside, fighting for my people. I was also another war joined, Kosovo Liberation Army. I volunteered from the U.S., from New York City. I didn't stay long, 4 months, until the war finished. And then when I came from the war, I was very, like, extremely good reputation. Like, they used to look me like I'm a killer. They used to look me like I'm two different wars men. You know, one in Croatia, one in Kosovo Liberation. I'm very brave human. So now, getting arrested and not taking a blame, you know, it's... I get charged with conspiracy to import 1 kilogram.
Were you a killer the second time?
I was warrior
What did you do?
in a war, fighting against Serbs with bottom of my heart, with not even thinking second thought. If I have to kill, I will kill.
Did you kill?
It was shoot. It was shot. You never go to see victims. You always distance, but you always shoot it. It's not. It's a war. So, if I have the gun with me, I'm in a war zone. I'm defending my country, defending my people, proudly. Proudly. If I have to do with two countries, I will fight. Even today, I have no problem to fight for U.S. I have no problem to fight for my country. If they call me today, I'm volunteering anywhere, any zone. I have no problem. I get arrested. I've been put now in a prison among the middle of terrorists, all kind of groups. You name it. Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Al-Qaeda, Al-Aqsa Taiba. I want to share one of the pictures because it's very good pictures with, I have one of the pictures in a prison, maybe 1, 2, 4 or 5 different members of terror groups with me in prison. I become very quick muezzin in a prison.
You become what?
Muezzin, the leader of Muslims, calling for prayer and become, prisons are run from the Muslims. Every federal prison runs from the Muslims. So I become a strong leader in a Muslim community. I start dealing with the FBI and DEA, cooperating, taking my blame. When I took my blame, I was promised to be released in a short period of time. I got 2 years hold pre-trial prison. So in 9/11, I got caught up being in a cell with one of them of 4 or 5 guys that bring the bombing from Canada to LA, 2000 Millennium bombing. One of the terrorists was my cell partner. I can mention the name, it's not a problem. It's public information. It's, Mokhtar Harouri, Algerian born with Canadian and Algerian passport. Rassam and Meskini. There was 3 or 4 of them. The smuggling bomb from Canada to Los Angeles that time in 2000. So one of them was my cell partner, and dealing with FBI and DEA. But now 9/11 become. So September 11, I'm in a cell with one of the terrorists, but he was not convicted yet. He was only arrested. So it's a 2000 and 2001. So he got arrested in a Los Angeles bombing and bring in a prison. So he becomes cell partner with me. First flight hit the Twin Tower. I'm in a 7th floor. My room, cell, it's toward the Freedom Tower. You can see both buildings. Hudson River, Manhattan, and Brooklyn. I'm in Brooklyn jail. So this now, the first flight hit, it's a morning, 8:45 if I don't make mistake, Tuesday. And this guy called me. In a prison I used to be known Amir. Same way it's the nickname of the wanted guy, Mir Kazim Shah Amir. I choose that name because Amir, it's kind of, in Arabic, it's a leader. So Emir al-Muminin. So leader of believers. So now I'm in a prison name Amir. He jumps from the bug band and happy. God is a great, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. This is from my leader. He's happy now. And I'm looking, I'm a former KLA member. I'm a very patriotic to United States. I was 78 days bombing Yugoslavia. Now I'm thinking if I kill this guy in a prison or not. It's my mixed feeling. How can be this human happy when I'm diehard? I'm a Muslim, but I'm also diehard patriotic. I love the country, US. So what I do, and I tell him, Habibi, come on. He said, this is from my leader, and he's continued dancing. We watching the first plane hit. Now it's coming the second flight. Hitting the second tower. I witnessed that. Because when I give some interview, I see the questions, all this conspiracy. Look, it's BS. I don't care how people think. I saw with my own eyes the second flight. I don't care what people think. I care what I see. You can tell me, oh no, it's not true. It's true, I saw the flight. What's behind? It's not my problem what's behind. But I know terror attack was. I saw that second flight. So now, I'm staying with him in a cell. Next day, he coming from FBI and CIA counterterrorism unit. Complete institution is shut down. I'm watching people jumping from the tower. The both towers collapse. I'm seeing all day. It's not the way you see in the movie. I'm witnessing with my own eyes. Regardless if I'm in prison, but I'm still my heart now. Now what I'm gonna do? How I can pay back? They start bringing a lot of terrorists. The first day in my life, I met the counterterrorism unit from FBI and CIA. They came to speak to me. It was September 12th, 2001.
They came to speak to you September 12th, the very next day.
So next day. So this is how I start myself to pay back to the US. I said, you know what? If I get in prison killed by helping government, I don't care. Because I know I'm doing good. I don't care how they're gonna say, oh, somebody was killed because he was informer. No. Me, I was looking my side. My side was, I want to be clean to the Americans. I don't care how about terrorists and Muslims look me. My point was American side. They came and sit down with me first day. This is how my journey started with the CIA. From that first day, and then the first name of the CIA I ever spoke, Shawn Lynch. After second day meeting with the FBI, phone rings. I'm walking, they opened the common area in 7th floor. I'm walking with one of the Taliban member in a prison. And they call in my number, 54820053, and I'm looking to corrections officer over there, quiet in a prison. But the still debris and burning of the Twin Towers is there. Because my cell, I was in J71. J71 is pointed straight my window to the Twin Tower. Only Hudson River separates. It's very close view. You can see it. And I'm going to the correction officer. He's saying, somebody wants to talk to you. I said, okay. I go in the counsel's office like a legal phone call. He said, your attorney, because you have right to talk to the attorney. And this is how I introduce. My name is Shawn Lynch. I'm calling you from CIA. This is the clear conversation. We need your help. Are you willing to help us? I said, anything I can do from today, I will do it.
Right off the bat, he revealed.
No question, nothing. Regardless how I felt that moment when my child was with me, I forgot everything. I said, you know what? I am going to help the U.S. intelligence agency. No problem. And I tell them, anytime from today, you can count on me. And I start dealing, they start bringing a lot of terrorists from the street. They're picking up all kind of people from the street, bringing in prison. You know, that time CIA was not prepared. The U.S. agency was not prepared for the 9/11. It's not, regardless how much they say. Look, Shawn, I read in a prison, I will mention the name, maybe you even met the guy. The best ever 2 books I read, it was Imperial and Animus. 2 of this book, he was Mike Scheuer. He was in Bin Laden's unit 25 years. Investigating Bin Laden for 25 years, CIA agent. I read both of his books, the best books in a prison. I read all kind of books. I read the book of the George Tenet, and that's the time when I start. It was George Tenet, chief of the CIA, and the chief of operation was James Pavitt, running the agency. Head of the CIA was George Tenet. James Pavitt was running the field agency. So this is what my first step with the CIA in September 12, 2001.
What did he tell you after he revealed that he was CIA, that he wanted you to work with him? What did he say?
He said, we need your help. I know you're Albanian. I know you've been through with federal prison, with prosecutors. We're not like them. We're different than them. When we say things, we do it. And now we're going to bring a lot of people. We're going to need to find out who's who. Yeah, because Shawn, in a prison, when you're in the beginning, you speak right away because you need help. And you're in the middle of ocean and you drowning and you see shark and you think shark gonna help you because you're drowning. So in a prison, when you get arrested, you don't know the laws. You trust people and you tell them what's going on. So that's how I got to come out through a lot of Al-Qaeda members, a lot of people that was supporting Al-Qaeda, giving the money. You know, the most dangerous was with the terror group, financial is number 1. It's not hard to find the foot soldiers, how much is hard to find finance. So for the intelligence agency was important to find out who's financing them, then to find out who's a foot soldier of Al-Qaeda. So foot soldier is not hard. They brainwash 18, 19 years old, 20 years old, 21, 22. Some people, they have a bad past in their life. That's how they brainwash them. But finance, they get from higher level Muslims, like business people who wants to donate charity. So they want to know that. I start dealing with the CIA. For a year and a half, I was in contact always with Agent Shawn Lynch. So I hope when he see this interview, he will remember me. I dealt with him from September 2012 to 2022 until I was transferred, designated to Pennsylvania Federal Prison. So roughly 2 years I dealt with the CIA in that time.
What was in it for you? Did they pay you? Did they
No,
get you out early?
they was promising me they're gonna cut my sentence and recruit me to work agent in a street after.
What kind of stuff were you revealing to them while inside prison?
I revealed a lot of the guys. For example, there was Al-Qaeda supporters, Al-Qaeda financer. I met with a guy who met Bin Laden after 9/11. So I met with a group of Lakawana 6. They met with Bin Laden after 9/11. So I was with them. I was with Yemeni group. I was with one of the Hezbollah member who was kidnapped from in the Adriatic coast early 80s. I don't know if you remember when the TW pilot was shot in hijacking. Hezbollah member, he was with me. So it was a missing body of the Israeli soldier, and they was trying to get the information. But it was something very interesting, Shawn. CIA was interested to get information from informers. Even people admitted in things. I'm gonna give you a little small detail in a short points. You know, in Islam, for example, if you get arrested, you can even say you're not no more Muslim. They train them, and that's only one thing I don't like in religion. If you get arrested, you give up all the information, and then you say to the agency, okay, I can be with you, you know, and then you lie. Then you go in the street, you become again terrorist group, in terror members. You know, you never get burned with a terrorist group. Even today, I give you an example myself. We're going to come to the points how I was offered from ISIS to become leader of ISIS. Not a foot soldier, a leader of ISIS. Even being somebody suspicious if I was a CIA spy, they called me, I spoke with very high ranking ISIS leader.
Wow. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
It's more to the story.
Yeah, there's a lot more to the story. And so, when they would bring these guys into prison, how would you know who to target?
Oh, I was a muezzin. They come in, we talking, we eating, we praying together, we reading Quran together. So now I'm picking. They would tell me, for example, I would say one name now, just his last name, Syria. He was a Hamas leader, member. So he told me, I'm not Al-Qaeda member, brother, I'm Hamas member. So he never admitted to the government anything. But he was telling me, because we want to know who's member of Al-Qaeda in a group, in a prison, who's member of Hamas or Hezbollah, who's a Shia, who follows Salafi Salihin, who's the first 3 generation of Prophet Muhammad, peace be on him. So I found out, I tried to find all this information through communication with them. And that's how I was sharing the information with the CIA.
What other kind of information were they interested in? So they would bring everybody in, and then you would figure out which terrorist group they were associated with.
If it's a threat or if it's innocent. If he did something or not. If somebody was really innocent, I would say, look, my opinion, this guy has nothing to do. He was just pick up like a wrong time, wrong place. He has nothing to do with this. And I saw people got released. Not just because my opinion, but, you know, at least they want to, you know, how they're acting in a prison and if they're saying something. And then the biggest part, when I met with all these terror groups members, I built my reputation. The CIA advised me. So their interest was so I can build my name among the group. Shawn, these people, they talk. If I'm in a prison with them and they said, oh, we have a brother, Amir, it's very strict Salafi. He's willing to fight against US. If he come out from the prison, he gonna be number 1 Mujahideen. You believe or not, 98 to 99% of the correction officers in a prison, they all used to think, I'm gonna be future leader of Al-Qaeda from the prison when I come out. But they didn't know I was in the CIA side, in the government side. My beard was up to here. I learned Quran. I read Arabic, right? I learned for at least 4 months Arabic. I become imam in prison among terror group. Me, white Caucasian, to lead terror groups, you have to be step of head to know the Islam more than them. And especially when they know, to the people who was interested to the CIA, I used to tell them, look, they kidnapped my daughter. I took this blame. I was not doing this crime. I was not involved. You know, a lot of the fanatics, when you tell them you got arrested coming from Pakistan, they don't think you was coming because you was involved from drugs. They think you was involved with Al-Qaeda. So right away, the trust came out for me to become very powerful in a prison. I was strong in a prison community. And that's how CIA advised me, build your reputation in prison, so when you come out, you can be straight inside of Al-Qaeda high-ranking position.
So there was a long play right from the get-go.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just sort through these guys to figure out who they are associated with. It was building your reputation.
Almost 8 years, almost decade. And learning Islam a lot. Like I can freely sit and debate with any Islamic scholar. I'm good, knowledgeable, any Islamic scholar. I can talk about religion, no different from Al-Qaeda members. Not foot soldiers. We talk in high rank in Al-Qaeda. That's how they accept me by testing me what kind of knowledge I have in religion. Then it came out very easy using my family, how they hold my child like a kidnapping.
How long were you working for the CIA inside of prison?
From September 12, 2001 to the day I was released, December 2007, 11 December 2007. All these years. I worked with the CIA. I want to be very clear. I worked with the FBI, counterterrorism unit. All the agency used to come and talk. Every time. Anything. Shawn, it was a lot of different terrorists. It's a lot of different members. I had Al-Aqsa Taiba from the Virginia group. I had the Iraqi war, the Ali Tamimi, Ali Shandia. All these, they are in Florence, Colorado. All this group, they was getting arrested after the war in Iraq. So it's not like just a little bit Mickey Mouse. It was a lot of groups of people, a lot of dangerous people. So I was always among the most dangerous groups of the terrorists. It's not like something small, not like a foot soldier like Lackawanna 6 or I'm gonna come back to the story in 2016 when I met the leader of Al-Qaeda in a group of 5 in New York. They got arrested, but we don't want to change the subject from this part to the end of the subject, the story, because we're gonna come out. I asked the leader, you will never believe what he told me, how he wants to go become a leader of ISIS, was the reason why he wants to become leader and why he wants to become ISIS member. I was in shock. What he told me, I was in shock. We talking in a prison where he told me why he wants to become ISIS member.
Why?
He wants to have a woman. He never had a woman in his life. He wants to go get those slaves over there, those Yazidi, and take hostage the woman in Syria. This is the only reason he become a jihadist.
That's it.
Crazy.
It's not for religion.
It's against religion. Absolutely. And I can show it to you. He's now in prison. He's in a federal prison. I said, brother, are you crazy? You telling me you want to fight sake of God because you never had a woman? I can date woman anytime you want. You in America. He's a born American. It's not a convert. He's a born U.S. And he wants to become an ISIS member. He's the ringleader of one of the 5 of the group. He said because he wants to have a girlfriend. He wants to have a slave. He wants to have 3, 4 wives, 5 wives over there. I know the guy who shot another jihadist just to take his wife. That's not Islam. We're gonna come to the points you will never believe it. People are not gonna. They're gonna say, "This is crazy. This is like you want a prostitute. You don't want to fight sake of God." This is how they brainwash them.
Wow. Did you ever feel like you were compromised in prison? Like anybody was on to you working for the CIA?
Oh, look at, I will tell you this. I'm sitting in a yard. I have a lot of tattoos in the arms and stuff. I have AK-47. I have a tattoo right from Hezbollah member, his handwriting, and I'm sitting in a yard with a tank top, and one of the informers, Albanian, he asked me, what do you have here? I have an AK-47, and it says God is a great. And I said, that's Bin Laden's name. But he doesn't know Arabic. In 24 hours, Shawn, FBI come in my in a federal prison. Remember, not all the agency used to know I'm connected to the CIA. You know, it's very strict control. They don't share the information. It's not like a lot of times I was informers used to give information about me, giving information to the government. I'm the terrorist. I'm a very fanatic, but I was linked to CIA. You know, I was never fanatic, but people, I was interviewed from FBI in prison. I was interviewed from the DEA in prison a few times from the FBI. And this guy, in the morning, they're calling me, go Airbnb, meaning you're going to visit a room. And I didn't have no visit. And when I walk in, two FBI agents. I'm sitting down. My name is so-and-so. We want to know what kind of tattoos you have in your body. They put me in a strip room, naked. They look my tattoo. They're taking picture of my tattoo. Can you tell me what you have? I said, this is God is great. This and another one, I be a witness. There is no God but Allah. And another part here. Here I have a Islamist religion of peace in Arabic, sign of peace. All this thing. They're taking picture, and I laugh. I started laughing with the FBI. I said, "I'm sorry, sir. We keep it between us." Informer Antoine gave you yesterday information. I was in the yard working out. He asked me about this. Don't depend on with this informer. And I told him straight up, I work for CIA. Straight in the prison, I told him the FBI. If you don't believe, call so-and-so. And then they never came back. They said, I'm sorry. If you are like that, we apologize. They walk away. They took informer from the prison right away because they thought if I go back in the prison, I will stab him or something because I'm a leader to Muslim community. In a prison, Shawn, when I was a leader of Muslims, I used to have a bodyguards. I used to have Muslims. It was 150 Muslims. If I was given order something to do in prison, I couldn't put the prison shut down completely. They was going to do my whatever I was telling to do. It was a time I had to prove myself. I'm a good Muslim. I had to beat somebody a few times, not once. 2 times I used to beat a Muslim. One is Pakistani Muslim, one Lebanese Muslim, because they had the problem with a gang group. Now, gangs, not to stab them, I was ordered to prove myself. I'm a good jihadist. I had to go beat them in a bathroom. I had to beat them. One was bleeding. So I can prove myself. I'm a fanatic. I'm a sympathizer. I'm a jihadist. So I had to do that. And the CIA knew it. FBI knew it. I did that. SIS, the best ever in federal prison. I tell you this. He has your pass 100% because he was with Navy and Marines. Lieutenant Lyons, the best ever man of American deal in my life. Lieutenant Lyon, I hope you hear that. He was the best man. He knew it, everything what I was doing with CIA. Every connection, every conversation I needed, I was going through him. Every special things I was needing to do, special visit with my family, he was just telling me, Blerim, when you need to do that next week, I do it for you. That was the best ever from American agency who treat me good. That's the Lieutenant Lyon in FCI Allenwood Penitentiary.
Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about what happened after prison. If you ever feel like the modern world is wearing you down, things like EMFs, artificial light, seed oils, microplastics, chronic stress, it seems like our biology wasn't designed for these modern assaults, and it's probably taking a toll on all of us. Armor colostrum is a bioactive whole food that can help revive cellular signaling and help bolster our health from within. Colostrum is nature's finest whole food, packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that work at a cellular level to help strengthen your immune health, help fortify gut health, and help kickstart your metabolism. I've been using Armra ever since they sent me some to try, and now I have a lot more energy. It's part of my daily routine now. I take it in the morning and after workouts. Are you ready to reclaim your health? We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 15% off your first order. Go to tryarmra.com/SRS or enter SRS to get 15% off your first order. That's TRYARMRA.com/SRS. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Let me tell you, I've had my Helix mattress that they sent me to try for years now, and it's really helped me sleep through the night and feel energized the next morning. And that energy gives me enough strength to get through my busy days. There's no question, I know I'm sleeping better with my Helix than with my old mattress, and it's helped my aches and pains and really improved my everyday life. Helix is an award-winning mattress brand, and they are recommended by many for improving sleep. They know everyone's unique, and they can match you based on your body type and sleep preferences. So what are you waiting for? For an exclusive offer for my listeners, go to helixsleep.com/SRS for 27% off site-wide plus a free bedding bundle that includes a sheet set and a mattress protector with any Luxe or Elite mattress order. That's helixsleep.com/SRS for 27% off site-wide plus a free bedding bundle that includes a sheet set and a mattress protector with any Luxe or Elite mattress order. helixsleep.com/SRS. All right, Blerim, we're back from the break, and you're getting out of prison now. We're getting ready to go, and I feel like that was a whole interview in itself. Now we get into the real meat, but I am curious. I mean, what does the agency think that now that you're out talking about this stuff with a documentary, and have you had any contact with them?
I had the one time after I got my granted status from the immigration, phone call for 2 minutes, private, saying like, you don't have to worry too much now about documentaries and stuff. Just enjoy your life, keep yourself low profile. And
here you are.
Look at Shawn, I'll be very honest. If I had to go from beginning, I swear to God, I would do it from beginning. It's just the mistake of the agency. They promise you. The biggest problem, I want to highlight this, the biggest problem at the U.S. government, when you have a source, like me, for example, give a chance to have somebody, if I have a question, because if I deal with the agent, I dealt for a year and a half, if he make a mistake, I have nowhere to complain or to ask questions. Everything has to go through one. The best intelligence, you have to have another second source, to see what's going on. If the agents make a mistake, because I know I was not perfect, John. I'm sorry, Shawn. I was not perfect, but I was the best. When you said why, and people wants to know why the best, look, I was not Afghani, I was not Iraqi, I was not Syrian, I was not Jordanian, I was not none of this. But I came out to operate all of these places. I believe strongly if CIA was still going on to support me and work, I believe strongly I will go meet the Bin Laden. Not that I want. He would ask to meet with me. Because I came out to meet very high-ranking leaders. And in terrorism, This is how they go. The way they got my record from the people in a prison families, my name, that's how they go, oh, you know what? The Amir, let me see what he is. If we want to make him a leader in Balkan to recruit Al-Qaeda members, or how we can use. That's how terrorists work. They're desperate to have somebody like me in a group. It's a white, Caucasian, somebody who have a skills to pass any airport. Shawn, believe or not, if you tell me today, can you go in this country? I promise you in 1 week I can go in any country you point. Today, the way I'm exposed, if you tell me if you can travel to any country you said, 1 week, 10 days I will be in the country you said. I have no problem. I'm not young, but my head works.
Mm-hmm.
I can do still things. And government agencies, sometimes they have an issue among themselves sharing the information. We're going to come to the point, there was an issue with them. They're trying to recruit me again after I came in the US in 2015. But they said a lot of agency has to be in a loop. You know, I was not exposed yet. The biggest problem, the biggest mistake they make with New York Times. When president said it's a lot of fake news, trust me, it's a lot of fake news. Why? Because New York Times put me in the first page. I was arrested for jumping something. I was never ever, Shawn, arrested in that. When they arrest me, I don't want to come to the story. This is like to the ends of the story. When they arrest me in 2016, it was over 50 agents arresting me. Bin Laden didn't have that kind of agents. Helicopter with a sniper was in top of my car wash arresting me. And when they arrest me, I'm reading the names of the agents. They're all from New Jersey, not from New York. But in meantime, Shawn, I'm meeting with head of the intelligence of New York, John Miller. I was meeting with him like with you, with him and 5 of his workers in my lawyer's office. Why would you burn somebody who's meeting with John Miller?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think they keep that tight to the vest because the more people that know, the higher the chance that it leaks.
No, I think it's more than that.
Yeah, really? What do you think it is?
It's, agents, they have one problem. They like to cover each other. Even if you're wrong, they want to cover. Because when I give information, Shawn, I want to be very clear. I didn't talk about this. When the Al-Qaeda told me not to be in a blue area in Pakistan, I updated to CIA. Shawn, I can tell you, I was communicating worldnewswrap.com. I had my code and everything. And when I update CIA, I said, look, please tell them because I was in blue area, a lot of Americans. I see, because I was there. I watched. Them, they don't know who I am, but I know them. I can tell when it's supposed to, if it's an American agent or not. Like you, for example, I can tell, why are you in that hotel? When I tell them, please share this information because it's in a blue area, they're trying to send suicide bomber, believe it or not, less than, I think, 24 hours, there was a suicide bomber and killed all of them. And he failed to update that. When I came to provide the information from the field, back in the Balkans from the Pakistan, he said, fuck, I fucked her up. I said, why, Chris? I failed here. He couldn't update it. That's why all those people got killed. I was not spying in an agent, but if he make a mistake, he should say, you know what, I'm sorry, I was late. I couldn't provide update to the CIA this information. I did update it from over there right away. I said, look, it's going to be tomorrow, after tomorrow, suicide bomb in this area. And it was suicide bombing. I think 4 or 5 Americans got killed. So I don't want a credit. I don't want nothing. I didn't work this job because I can make money. I make money in normal life. Mm-hmm. He just respect me, said, you know what? Let's help him. Why he got to go through the process of immigration when he was working for us? I didn't want it to be hero. I don't want to have a medal honor, but at least, I did that. I have my family here. Mm-hmm. Who wants to do this dangerous job? It's very hard, especially when they start hearing this story. Look, while I talk to you, I know who works for the CIA today from my country. I found out in my way. It's nothing. It's piece of garbage. He doesn't even know nothing. So you cannot have somebody in charge like that person, for example. They take him to train him. They train me too. I received training too. I was trained from CIA. I don't hide that. You know, I'm capable to do anything. You tell me you want to do bomb, I can do the bomb. It's no problem. And do you think Al-Qaeda don't want a member like me? Even I'm exposed today, they will take me tomorrow. Even if I'm exposed until this moment, they will still take me. They want a man like me. But why you want to avoid to have to CIA somebody who can help me? I couldn't translate things. I couldn't even decode the phone conversation. I know how they communicate the terrorists. So why you want to like make... And look, it's a crazy. We talking like it's very interesting part. I had the sources. I was receiving information from inside of the job of the CIA just recently. Look at who I am. I received a lot of crazy stuff from the CIA in Virginia. We're talking from the base. What CIA told people about me. CIA tried to spread a rumor very bad about me. It's not to be trusted. How can I not be trusted? You burn me. And then they said, oh, we cannot, one of them said, we're not denying, but we're not accepting. You know, hey, I'm coming. I show you the picture with the Stinger missile. You think in U.S. soil you show that picture and you don't get indicted from the federal prosecutor? In heartbeat. But I was a CIA spy. And I don't regret that, never. To the day I die, I'm proud what I did. And I told my kids, if I had to do again, I would do it again. But at least treat me, man. I deserve to be treated, you know. Tell him, look, judge, this man doesn't need to be in immigration court. It's our man. It's not easy to, it costs money to train somebody like me. It costs, hey, agent came from here to train me overseas. I was in a training camp from the agent from US, you know. So you spending all this money and losing the source like that, come on. It's not normal.
We'll get to...
Go ahead.
We'll get to it, but I mean, were they paying you?
Yeah, they was paying me.
They were paying you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it was a business transaction that you expected
The
to
maximum,
go farther.
the highest amount I did receive one time, over 40 grand. One shot. 40 grand cash.
And so I guess what I'm saying is you were expecting more from them than just the payment, just the business arrangement.
No, not the payment. I was never accepting no more money. Just to tell to the immigration judge, look, he deserved to be with his family here. He did for his family. He has a wife born and raised here. Every country in the world, Shawn, they give a chance to somebody. I did mistakes in the past. I'm not clean. I'm not saying. But I deserve to have a second chance to be with my family. I don't need to be arrested in 2016 and expose myself. They couldn't be low profile. Give him his papers back and let him enjoy his life here. He deserved. He worked for us. He put his life in a danger to protect us, to save our country. So why we don't go and just give a just signature, paper? I didn't ask for anything, just a paper. Tell to the judge, he deserved to be here. Let him be out with his family. I was $50,000 bond, 50 grand here for 5 years, and they investigate. Shawn, they recruit a woman who cleaned my room, my house, I'm sorry, overseas, and give her paper today. They brought her from overseas. She was cleaning my house in the city I was born. I was alone. I was paying her. I feel bad. Family member. Just what she tell them, I have a weapons. CIA knew it. I love weapons. I had the trucks. This room, it's nothing. It was 4 times, 5 times bigger than this, full of ton of weapons. But we pulled with the CIA from bad guys, from Al-Qaeda members. It was not my weapons.
Was the initial well, we'll get into this.
Yes.
Let's get into the interview, because I think maybe some clarity will come to me on that. But so how did you get out of prison?
First time or second time?
First time.
I finished my time.
You finished your time.
Completed my time, 8 years.
And so
8 years and 4 months.
Just to backtrack, I thought that they had contacted you again to infiltrate the terrorist networks, but that was the long game. They wanted to They wanted to start with you in prison for a longer.
So I can be in the
develop
street
you into
working.
this.
Yes.
Okay, so you get out of prison. What happens then?
I'm going to the U.S. Embassy in 2008, walking in, asking, because before I got out of prison, I want to just, so you can be clear, 2 times I was interviewed from DOD, Department of Defense, 2 months before I got from the prison. They tell me, when you get back home, you want to work for us because maybe you're going to look good if they deport you. I said, yeah, no problem. And what's going to be exchanged? We bring you back. When we promise you, we do it. We're not federal. This is always their word. When we promise you, we're not a federal prosecutor. CIA, keep the words. This is what they tell me. They promise me they're going to bring me back, help me. They said, you are going to be safe for the rest of your life. You're just going to keep your mouth shut, not to expose anything. I couldn't keep my mouth shut if you left me in the middle of nowhere. I get interview, I'm going back to U.S. Embassy in Macedonia. Walking in, meeting Mr. Devon, the best ever CIA agent I met. If he was still working with me, I will be maybe more happy. And I hope you hear that. Mr. Devon, he's the one who I started working with them. I did polygraph test, I signed the contract agreement, everything at the embassy. And they tell me from today you work for CIA. You have a paycheck. You have all expenses paid, all the travels, whatever you're gonna need it, we are here to support it. All we need it now, you to collect information to see if you cannot come up to Al-Qaeda. We are interested to know if it's Bin Laden alive or dead. And if you work yourself in a circle of Al-Qaeda, we'll be very happy and we're gonna help you. And I said, I have no problem. They helped me. They was giving me money, no question. They paid my vacation for my wife and kids in Turkey and all these things. It's no problem. And even today, I am very grateful to the immigration they allowed me to stay. Today I'm clean with the laws. I have no issues with the laws. Absolutely. I'm like normal, like it's just the problem I cannot travel overseas. They don't give me no document to travel overseas. I can be here, enjoy my life. I'm working, paying taxes, everything. But it's still not enough. It couldn't be, right path. My wife is born and raised. I have right to do adjustment of status so I can become U.S. citizen. My wife is born here. Every country who has a wife citizen, they still can give a chance. They don't deport them. My 3 kids are American born. My family is all American. Mother, father, sisters, brother, all of them, even they passed away, they was American citizen. Mm-hmm. So why you abusing me? Why you went? I would never go in a media or documentary, even this documentary, if they was not going to arrest me in 2016. But they arrest me, I look like a piece of garbage. You train me, you know how much skills I have. What do you want? And I also believe, Shawn, sometimes maybe, some different informers, they want to get the credit. They think maybe, he's going to become terrorist. Never. I commit suicide myself. I hang myself. I will never go against the country my kids born. Never, ever. It's impossible. So maybe informers spread these rumors to their sources, or maybe Blerim can be Al-Qaeda member or ISIS member. Never, Shawn. Again, repeat it. I will hang myself, never be Al-Qaeda member. No terror group. I have a beautiful kids, born American. Mm-hmm. I don't go against my family.
So you get out of prison, you get deported.
Yes.
And then you go through immigration at the Macedonian embassy where you meet your...
No, I have nothing to do with immigration. I'm going to the Macedonian embassy, a meeting with CIA agents.
Okay.
In an embassy meeting with the CIA agents.
How did they contact you?
When I go over there, they put me in one room, small room. I give my ID. He came down. He said, give me a half hour. He go in the office. He said, welcome back. We know who you are. All the details. He said, we're going to have to meet the next week.
How did they initially contact you? Was it a phone call?
No, I went to them myself.
You went there yourself?
I went to the U.S. Embassy in Macedonia myself. Mm-hmm. So to see my rights to come to United States.
Yeah.
And then they told me, we know who you are, come here. Then they make a meeting next week with me. We spent 6-7 hours. They said, look, we know what happened with you. We know what you did in the past. We know what the prosecutors did, but this is the best time for you. Everybody knows here now you got deported, how they got arrested, your family, holding them, this and that. Is the best time you to be covered, to work for us, and we can bring you back. This is my first step, how I started with the CIA in 2008, field agent.
Was there any discussion of pay at that initial meeting?
Payment I had in beginning was first week I started with 400 euros, 700 euros, 1200 euros, then 2500 euros a month, and the whole expenses. And they said, we're going to help you to be with your family. Nothing more than that. No extra payment over this. But they said, always we're going to keep you safe.
And so when did you take the polygraph?
I think after a month or two. If I don't make a mistake, my first trip in Pakistan when I came back. Just to see if I'm double agent or just for the CIA.
How long did that take?
It took a couple of hours, 3 hours, I think 2 hours.
One polygraph?
One time, yes.
You passed the first time?
Yes, first time I passed.
Right on. Not a lot of people pass that.
I passed first time. And they told me. Look, Shawn, we're going to come to the stories. You will never believe what I did it. And even people, they're going to say, what are you lying? I don't, Shawn, in United States, if you make a story, you commit perjury, you get charged. It's a federal crime. I cannot come and say, hey, this is who I am or this is what I did. I cannot come and say, I was trained to build a bomb, so this way I can show to terrorists I can build a bomb. So if the federal prosecutors know that, in 2 minutes they will arrest me. I said that a few times.
So you get recruited, you have the meeting the next week. What is the next week? What's that meeting?
The next week meeting, we signed the contract. It was 3 agents, 2 male and 1 female. I remember like today. We spent like 5-6 hours that day in the embassy. And then they instruct me first, they said, build a enterprise in your city among the community. And then next trip start using the phone contacts you had in a prison. I had from Yemen, from Saudi Arabia. I visited, I was guest to #1, the strongest Grand Mufti of Saudi. I was invited. He never knew that I was CIA spy. I was his guest. I used the sources from family, prisoners, from being in terror charges. That's how I came out to build my name so good. Like, I didn't even believe. There was a time I didn't even believe they trust me so much. I said to myself, if I'm a sick or liar or something, how come they invite me so much? But I found out from the people. I used to use sources, just to build my reputation. They can bring me in.
And so, what did the training involve?
Training?
You said you received training.
Oh, with the CIA?
Yes.
First, there was how to communicate with people, language skills, and then they advised me how to do weapons deal in case. So this way, if the Al-Qaeda try to test you, or if you need to pull some weapons, they teach me how to do this. Like, we put a lot of bombs and explosives from bad people, guys' hands in the Kosovo, in Albania too. So I took with the trucks, all the explosive, TNT, C4, you name it, rocket launchers, Stingers, all of them, and all with my hands. When the CIA took them, they took like in a package, like all, when they bring me trucks, CIA brought me trucks, I loaded the truck myself with my people. You have to take the detectors and all this, so not to explode. So I took one by one, all the detectors, all the explosive, we have mines, landmines, all this stuff, put it in the truck, and the CIA took it and they destroyed it.
And so how long was the training?
It was like I can tell you easy, like 3-4 months you can put always training when I meet with them. Like every first week, second week, 8 hours, 9 hours, 8 hours. It was a time, 3 days we never come out from the place with the CIA. 3 days. Sleep day and night. How to deal, how to communicate, how to use the weapons. 3 days, never come out from the place with the CIA, with 3 agents and me.
Where was it?
Where? In Macedonia.
In Macedonia.
Yes. They used to have safe houses everywhere. Then they used the bone steel in the military base in Kosovo.
And so you get recruited in Macedonia again.
Yes.
You go through the training. They tell you they want you to infiltrate Al-Qaeda specifically.
Yes.
And they tell you to do it through your previous contacts in prison and just to grow your network even wider.
Yes, sir.
And so who's the first person that you reached out to?
The first person, I was sentenced 25 years or 30 years in a federal prison for supporting Al-Qaeda. His name is Salim. He was in prison. He introduced me in his family in Pakistan.
And what did you ask him?
Oh, I told him when I come out from the prison, I'm going to join brothers. Everybody knew it. When I come out from the prison, all the fanatics, all the terrorists knew it. The first day they're going to deport me, I'm going to go join the jihadist. All of them.
And who did he connect you with?
First he took me his brother to somebody, and that's how it started with Baitullah Masood, the ringleader of Al-Qaeda in Pakistan.
So right off the bat.
It's second time.
Second time.
Yes.
And what would these meetings be like?
When I meet him, when I give an oath to them, they took all my clothes off. They took me with those motorcycles. They changed the car. They played. Look, I want to say this so people can know. I know sometimes they don't trust easy, but they use word. Oh, we're gonna put you in a trunk. Because if the checkpoint is police, we are from here, local. So if they see you foreigner, we're going to give them more excuse to question us and to check us, the Pakistani agency. So I said, okay. They put me in the trunk of the car for a few hours. I was right inside of the trunk. I didn't see nothing. The roughly roads and whatever, you know. Then when they put me inside, I met Abu Muhammad al-Masri. He's still wanted. He's still in his life, because I was reading one of the books recently for Ali Sufyan. He did it. He was a former CIA for 10, 15 years after 9/11. He wrote the book, and I see his picture, the one I was meeting with him. He put in a book. He's still wanted. So he was there. There was another jihadist from Egyptian, but born in fought in Bosnia. He speaks Bosnian. So when he speaks, I speak Bosnian too. So when he talked, and then he tell me, brother, you still want to be with brothers? I said, Alhamdulillah, that's what I'm here for. And then he hugged me and he said to introduce me. He never introduced my name to nobody, only Amir or Abu Medina. So not to be known where I'm coming from. So Amir or Abu Medina is our new mujahideen with us.
Wow. Were you nervous at all? I mean,
not at all, because I had the strong support. Only nervous, I was just afraid not to be leaked. So then I get killed.
And how would you communicate back to the CIA?
WorldNewsRap.com. I tell you, here is, I give you the detail. CIA never knew it. When I was in the field, Shawn, if I had to update quick something, I used to call my wife and talk to her in Albanian. And she was updating. But this is what I broke. This is where I make a mistake. Because I was told nobody can know this, but my wife knew it. I told my wife, Shawn, I told my wife because I thought if I get killed, they're gonna think I got killed or in a drug dealing or something. You know, at least somebody to know I'm working for the government. You know, so they can be one day proud. Look, my husband got killed working for CIA, not being drug dealer. So this is the reason I told my wife. So my kids grow up. They don't want to hear, oh, my dad got killed in a drug dealing somewhere in Pakistan or overseas. But to be proud, my dad was killed because he was working for our agency to protect us, to keep us safe. So this is why I told my wife. And then when I need to update it, I give a code to her, worldnewsrap.com, and I have all those numbers to click it. And then she was writing whatever I tell her in Albanian, because over there was more easy somebody to spy on me if it's a different language than Albanian. It was not Albanian. Nobody was Albanian over there. In Al-Qaeda at that time, I was, now yes, but at that time was nobody Albanian, only me. So I was feeling safe And I was telling my wife, okay, tell them this, tell them that. And then she was going to computer and update it. CIA never knew it. My wife is updating from New York City. They always knew it. I'm updating from somewhere, those internet cafes and stuff like that. But I did it also in the internet cafes. I did update the CIA. And I used to look around where it's poor neighborhoods. I used to go, like I'm looking some Quranic stuff, and then I'm going to my website. Then I'm deleting complete and I'm coming out. But I was always careful because, you know, when I first time I give oath, I stay, I think, 3-4 days, if I don't make mistake, in Al-Qaeda camp. Then after 4 days, I went back and stay in a guest house. So I had the chance to update. There was there was not Al-Qaeda, Shawn, Al-Qaeda recruitment, the way I saw, they thought I was going to be leader to recruit foreigners in Balkans. This was the goal, you know, not me to be like a foot soldier, the way you saw in Iraq throwing a RPG and stuff like that. They was not looking at me like that. They was looking at me like to be high rank in Al-Qaeda. So this is the interest of Al-Qaeda in me. And this was the best opportunity for CIA, you know, to have me like that.
And so, what was it inside? How would worldnews.com work?
I will show to you if you want to later from my phone. It was very, like you go and you click in World News, it comes news. Then you have in a site, log in. You don't think if you don't know the website. And then you have you log in. When you go log in, it comes a little small place. You put your code, your numbers. I had the numbers. I don't want to mention that. I don't want to, you know, something exposed is not good. And I was clicking that. Again, was giving me another code, and then it was open me, and those communication you see, writing, typing. And then logging out and disappear everything. Another option I had. I used to have some white papers somewhere when I travel. And if I need to write it, I will be write it. If they stop me, I can put that white paper in a water and melts everything. And you don't see nothing no more. You just put the white paper.
Dissolves.
Yeah, everything.
Would they be able to send you traffic through worldnews.com?
Yes. And I used to have also GPS some places. When I used to be in a weapons, or if I was in danger, or if I was tracing something, or I want to buy something, I used to, you know, click it, and they used to know what button I click it, and they know where I am, the location. So it's connected. It was a small piece like that.
A beacon.
Yeah.
What did it look like?
It's like a yellow and black. You don't talk. It's a tracing device.
Yeah.
And has those buttons. If I was in a danger, I will click it 3 times, and they will try to help me if I'm in a dangerous situation. So if it's something for location, I used to just click 1. If it's for weapons, it's 2 times. Only 3 times I was a piece to click it if I was in a danger, so I needed help. It never happened. So I never needed, I was never in a situation dangerous.
Wow, that's surprising. That's surprising. And so okay, so let's go back again. So you get the training, you meet with the head of Al-Qaeda in Pakistan, or one of the top guys in Al-Qaeda in Pakistan. And the whole premise of all of this was they wanted you to set up a new cell of Al-Qaeda where you're from.
Become a leader.
And become a leader.
Yes, sir. Become a leader of Al-Qaeda for Balkan.
What did they want that cell of Al-Qaeda to do in the Balkans?
So to see if it's going to be threat. If it's a threat to U.S. troops, if it's a threat to somewhere, if it's a threat, because it was planned, we're going to come. It was a plan. They thought I'm coming here to attack with few guys. For example, I have today it's now we saying they are our friends, like a new leader. But I know somebody who's in a group, you have in a picture, he was in prison with me, he got deported. He would never, ever be pro-U.S., never. And I was close to him like my brother. And I know him like, if he can nuke us, he will nuke today. But maybe today they think he's now become a good friend. It's a freedom fighter of Syria. It's not. He's a leader of freedom fighters in Syria now, but he was Al-Qaeda member. He become ISIS member. And I used to come. We're gonna come to the point. I used to communicate live from New York City. FBI was telling me to communicate with them in 2015, 16, 17. No, not 17. I'm sorry. 2014, 15, 16. I was communicating live. I spoke to leader of ISIS from New York City, Abu Omar al-Shishani, live, like the way with you, but through the signal. I was talking, he begged me, and I told the FBI, look, tonight, 10 o'clock, I'm going to talk to them. And I give the number, and they hear that. They see it. We talk in 2015. He said, please, brother, come to us. We give you anything you want. We need you here. This is ISIS.
Wow. They taught you how to make bombs.
Absolutely.
What kind of bombs?
With TNT, C4, all kind of explosive I can do with pressure cooking things, all those, homemade stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But,
so everything. C4.
I can do anything you name it, I can do it. I'm a good in the guns. I'm a good with the weapons. I'm very good. I can tell you, I shot with, you name it, all the U.S. military weapons. You name it, I shot with every one of them. Snipers, RPG, it's a piece of cake. Those kind of weapons is nothing to me. I'm like that. And I love the guns. So it's a compromise in both things. Training me, and in my nature, I love them. I cannot leave no guns.
And so your training was building networks, surveillance, counter-surveillance, how to make deals, how to make bombs, weapons training, communications training.
Do you want me to give you one specific one time when we was training, when we was with agents in the field with the CIA? They throw me somewhere in the middle of crowded community, and they want maybe 3-4 cars of CIA to follow me with their sources if they're gonna catch me. You never believe. Whole day they watch me, they couldn't catch me. Whole day they following me. You want me to tell you what I did? Second quick plan of me. I went in a mosque. Now they know me. That day I was with tactical clothes, with a 511 black. So now CIA agents, they following me. They see me when I came from the truck, pickup truck. They know me. Blerim was with tactical, and I'm walking in a mosque. Now they're waiting for me where I'm gonna go. What I did, Shawn, I went, in a mosque, sometimes you have those gelebias you can wear so you can be praying clean, and the scarf and everything. And now all the agents, this is how they're smart, 10 or 15 of them. I don't want to, insult them. So now they're all waiting how I'm going to come out, with the black clothes. I wear all the white clothes. I took a scarf, everything, and I walked out. And all day, I walk away from them. They couldn't find me. In the evening, when we was a place to meet, they all watching me. They're gonna catch me. They couldn't find me nowhere. I'm just knocking to the window, and they got stuck.
Oh man!
This is the trainer they had. And then when I told them, now when I knock the window, I'm knocking them with black clothes. They said, please tell us right away how you come out from that location. And I put those clothes. They become like that. And I pulled from inside of my shirt, scarf and everything. I said, this, sir. Fucking told me. How you thought you're going to wear this so quick? Because I thought you guys going to watch me with the black clothes. Did you our training was, if you're going to catch me? Yes. So this is my skills. So I need to do whatever it's good for you not to catch me. This is what I did.
Maybe you should be training them.
I think so. I tell you too. I think so. I should train them.
Who would have thought they would have never thought of a change of clothes?
When we're going to pull the weapons, I'm going to come to the point when we pull the weapons. Mm-hmm. They was drunk. You can't believe we're pulling like this room weapons. 2 or 3 CIA agents, they're all drunk. They couldn't even talk. Imagine you make a small mistake, whole the city goes in the air.
Yeah.
And I did all myself. With them in my city. With American agents. And then you don't want to come to the immigration and say, let me sign for him? Come on, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so, okay, let's back to Al-Qaeda. So you meet with Al-Qaeda. That's the plan. They want you to set up a terrorist cell in the Balkans. They want you to lead it, be a high-ranking Al-Qaeda official. And so where do you go from there?
I go back to Balkans, update all the CIA, whatever I went through, and then Al-Qaeda thing, I'm recruiting. And I did, I bring a lot of people. A lot of people was interested to be Al-Qaeda members. But I give information to the CIA.
How would you recruit?
Oh, very easy. Europeans, Balkans, soon as they find out you come from Pakistan, soon as they see one stamp, you've been in Pakistan a month and a half, they know right away why you've been there. They see money. The recruiters, they thought Al-Qaeda financing me, but I had the CIA money. The Al-Qaeda thought they helping me in Balkans, people like from the charity, because it's no paper. You know, Al-Qaeda cannot trace me where I'm getting the money. In Balkans, they cannot trace me, but CIA knew it. I had all the money from CIA, all the new bills. Whatever I needed, they was offering me. Anything. Here the money. Sign here. Get the money.
And so what was your pitch to recruit?
To see who wants to be Al-Qaeda members.
And how would you broach that? How would you start that conversation?
Brother, I was meeting our Mujahideen brothers over there. Alhamdulillah, you know, they're doing good. They're interested to recruit brothers, you know, so we can fight these infidels. They're very easy in that. And especially in the young generation, it's like nothing. Like,
Really?
no, look at Shawn, today, my country is becoming breeding ground. Even like 90% it's pro-US country, but 2 weeks ago, group of 7, I know the leader. We're gonna come up to talk about the leader. His leader was killed from the drone in Syria, and just 7 members, they went and killed the best cop in my city who was investigating them. In front of the house, they executed him. Just 2 weeks ago in my country. All Al-Qaeda members. If I tell you what kind of threats I receive in my first interview before, crazy. And I come out to even investigate myself. Who threatened me? I cannot even believe some people that threat me. If I was next to them, they couldn't even look in my face how they would scare of me. But they send me threat crazy. They're gonna behead me. They're gonna chop my head. They're gonna chop my pieces in messages. I don't fear them. Believe me, I don't fear them. I don't have no problem to die. I'm not gonna live 500 years. I have a little bit to go. At least my kids know what I'm proud. I have no problem. I will be hero to my family if I get killed because I was working for US government. Because I was protecting my family. America is not in a war with Islam, 1, it's a lie. 2, it's with Albanians. America is like God for Albanians. So I'm proud to die for America. I have no problem. I will be. My people in Kosovo, they will consider me hero. I don't care for fanatics and radicals, group of people. I don't care for them. They're minority. For me, it's important majority. Majority is my people.
How many people did you recruit?
Well, I can easily say maybe 30, 40.
30, 40 people in what
Easy.
time span?
Easy, like nothing.
Like nothing?
Like nothing.
A year? 2 years?
In 2 years. But we're talking very fanatics, like sympathizers coming to try to support me, maybe 200, 300.
And what would you tell them the mission is?
My mission is to open the cell so we can fight America here. I was appointed from Al-Qaeda leader. I'm here to recruit you guys.
And who would you specifically target?
Those, you can see how they talk in places when there was gathering. When we was in Muslim communities, and I picked the more fanatics, when they say openly, we gotta kill Americans, we gotta do this, we gotta do that. Those people I will pick all the time.
So you would essentially
befriend, take them
go to
out,
parties. You would
invite them for
at
food,
the party. You
show
would
them
listen to political
guns.
conversations.
Show the guns all the time. I used to show the guns all the time. Look at what I have. I'm ready to fight. They used to see. Or sometimes I used to record myself with all kind of weapons. And I said, brother, you want to see something black and white? Yeah. Here, look at the video. Oh, shit, brother. You got all this thing? Yeah, I got everything you want. but those are all destroyed. But I used to buy from different fanatics. There's a lot of guns over there, a lot of all kind of stuff.
How would you communicate back to Al-Qaeda from Albania?
When I go over there back, always when I go back.
Always in person.
But they never use phones. I hear somebody from here said, how this guy communicate with the phone. Shawn, it's a stupid question, man. There's no such thing you can sit down and make a love story in a terror camp, man. It's no phones. They change my clothes. They give me own clothes. So you have no rights. You cannot even smell to have some phones with you. But I hear the questions, they write in, oh, how this guy communicated, how he used the phone. They would never use the phone. I did not use the phone. I did not use the phone. I used communicate face to face. I was in the camp.
How often would you go to the camp and go back?
Like let's say if I stay 1 month in Pakistan or 1 month in Syria, I go back, stay 2-3 months in Balkans, and then I come back. I remember, I was in Al-Qaeda camp in capital of ISIS, where they declare capital ISIS, Raqqa. I was there. You have a video live. And you know how I come to record that? I said, look, we need this video. I need to record for propaganda, to act like I'm a visitor, but also to recruit people. And they let me record that. In a camp. Not outside, in a camp. But this is why I'm saying now. This is where I use the language, what the CIA trained me, where I need to learn, and how can I use things. So you can tell them, look, we need some video to show people, to recruit who I am. If I go tell them, this is who I am, and I don't show nothing, how are they going to believe you? So you got to show them. So this is where I used to use skills of the language, so to recruit them and to have evidence where I am.
Okay. And so where did you go from Pakistan?
I used to go back to Balkan, Turkey, fly, Pakistan, Turkey, Pristina. Stay a couple of months, come back, go to Syria, go to Jordan, go to Lebanon, Egypt, Saudi Arabia.
Why would you go to all these places?
Oh, everywhere fanatics. Everywhere CIA points somebody. They used to tell me, we want to know so-and-so what they think. They used to tell me who they was interested in. They used to show me pictures on them.
And how would you get yourself in there? How would you get yourself?
Through the reputation.
Through the reputation.
Through the imams in my city. Imams in my city, everybody know now I did 8 years and 4 months in prison. Mm-hmm. I was deported. I was separated from family. I cannot see no more my family, only if they come back. So now they think this guy is going to revenge them. He has a long history of in military, 2 different wars. This guy is not going to play. He's going to go revenge Americans. So this is the dream for me to do these things.
So what would the point of you, I guess what I'm asking is, what is the point of you going from Pakistan to Syria to Saudi Arabia to Iraq did you go to Yemen?
Because I had the sources everywhere. Yemen was my last trip that day. I was going to meet Al-Awlaki.
Mm-hmm. Before we get there,
yes,
just asking. So you went from Pakistan in the Balkans,
yes,
to Syria was your next stop.
Yes, because I used to have a fanatics in prison. And through them, for example, I had a Syrian guy. I go meet in Syria.
So this wasn't a connection from the Pakistan cell to the Syrian cell. This was all back from the
prison.
Contacts that you had made in prison.
From federal prison.
So you were working all of your contacts from prison to get into all these
100%.
And now did the Pakistani Al-Qaeda cell know that you were in Syria?
Yes.
They did?
Yes.
What did you tell them you were doing in Syria?
I'm meeting the brothers. I used to be in prison. They have family members to Al-Qaeda.
And they had no inclination?
No, because remember, only in Al-Qaeda can know somebody who controlled Al-Qaeda, a couple of men, 1, 2, 3 people, where there are the cells and stuff. Not all the Al-Qaeda members know everybody. It's impossible. Never happened that. So let's say Bin Laden, or who was running Al-Qaeda after him, he used to know, for example, who's who, where, but not everybody else. Like we have a colleague, Sheikh Mohammed, Bin Al-Shibe, Abu Zubaydah, all of them. They didn't know all the members, but somebody who had the control, he can be 1 or 2, not all Al-Qaeda.
How did it go in Syria?
Al-Qaeda?
Yeah, when you met him.
Me, how I go met the man who used to be, it's in a picture, he was like my best brother. When I saw him with 14 years old, 13 years old, slave, last time in 2015 or 14, I got shocked. He showed me the slave from Yazidi lady, woman, girl. I have a kids that age. I said, come on, brother. It's sad. Our religion allowed us. You are 45 years old. What do you need at 13 years old? I hated that. Come on. I have two daughters. You're going to take 30. He showed me, I was talking to him live. He showed me the girl 13 years old. Imagine I go back, tell my child, my friend is 45 years old, he's having sex with 13 years old. Come on. This is a religion? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If I can kill, I will kill everybody. I have no problem. Religion tells you not to bother them. Religion teaches you, you take hostage, you try to trade or do something, treat them very good and with dignity, not to rape them. I know the religion very well. So they're going off the religion. It's nothing in Islam what Al-Qaeda does, they're doing. Nothing. I tell you, I give you another example. Jordanian pilot got burned live. Quran, Sharia, I studied very good. 2 years I spent only studied the Sharia law. Forbids to burn human body. Forbids. Regardless your enemy, what he does to you. If you believe in God, you have to pray, make a dua, make a prayer to God to change that thing. But not you go burn. So if you imitate the way they say it, you doing the way your enemy doing to you, then you becoming just like them. So you're not following the Islam, Quran and Sunnah. You're going against complete Islam. So this is what they're doing.
You were inside Al-Qaeda training camps.
3 or 4 times.
What kind of training are they doing? What was that
It's
experience like?
small weapons. Like, for example, one time I remember we went in one of the places like 3-4 hours driving from Karachi. There it was like very old, those old houses, ugly garbage. We were sleeping 15-20 of us in the same place, like a sardine, stinking garbage, you know. And they were shooting with RPG, AKs, you know, running, showing some skills, target, all these things.
What were the conversations like?
How to kill Americans, how to fight infidel. Every word, to fight infidel, how to kill the infidel.
What would you report back to the CIA?
The way I was seeing that. Everything, the way they're telling me, that's how the CIA knew that I'm a CIA. So I was telling, they want to kill infidel.
What specific information did they want out of the camps?
Specific, for example, when I met this leader who was wanted, they asked me I was going to meet with him. They told me you're not gonna meet because maybe it's suspicious. You are a spy. Shawn, he was wanted, and I went and meet him. And I went in a court against him, in court, U.S. federal court, in case if he get arrested, I can be witness against him. I went and meet with him. He couldn't believe when he saw me like that with a beard. He hugged me. Now he tell me you my brother. Now you can fight with us. CIA didn't believe. Another thing, I want to say it. I think you have this passport or different one. Shawn, I was in Saudi Arabia. You know, when you're in Saudi Arabia, you cannot get visa to go to Pakistan. Mm-hmm. You have to be resident of Saudi Arabia or citizen. When I say to CIA, they calling me from Pakistan to go to Pakistan from Saudi Arabia. CIA said, they're trying to scam me. Maybe you're dealing with low-level Al-Qaeda or sympathizers. It's impossible you to get the visa in Saudi Arabia to go Pakistan. Shawn, I got the proof. I got the visa in a Pakistani embassy in Jeddah. CIA would never believe. When I update them, I send screenshot, they thought it's a fake. I took a flight from Saudi Arabia straight to Pakistan. They didn't believe it. I said, sir, I'm in Pakistan. This is my passport. When I came back, I went trip back to back, Saudi and Pakistan. Then from Pakistan, when I went back to Balkans, when I showed documents, They freaked out. How this Pakistani intelligence felt. 2 days in a row, I was interrogated from ISI, from Pakistan intelligence, in the embassy. 2 days, whole day. They thought, or I'm spy, or maybe I'm Al-Qaeda member. I said, look, I'm here for business. I'm trying to open a leather factory business. I want to bring leather from Pakistan to Balkans. It's a BS. And I got the visa and I went in Al-Qaeda. CIA didn't believe. Even when I said how it's possible. I said, sir, we got to communicate diplomatical way with them, how they give visa like that. And I got it, and I can prove it to you. I went in Saudi Arabia. I met with Abu Saif. He was 9 years in prison for Al-Qaeda in Saudi prison. He was fighting with Bin Laden. He was die-hard mentor of Bin Laden. I met with him in his house. CIA said, how you got the source? Sir, I'm here with Abu Saif. I'm mentioning his name. He was 8 years in Saudi prison. CIA didn't believe I was his guest.
When did you start smuggling weapons?
From 2000, right away after I was deported.
And so how would that work? So you're because you didn't mention that, and so I thought maybe it came later. And you were smuggling weapons from all these different terrorist organizations and getting them into CIA's hands to destroy them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so was that part of the initial recruitment, or was the initial recruitment just to?
No, after I got recruited, they see how much I'm having skills. I'm capable to do everything. Like there was, look, when we did one mission, I don't know if I give it to you. There was 7 agents, CIA agents and me. When we did one, we took the weapons, and I said, please, I want to, not to make me feel good, I want to tell me how I did this job with this weapon. One of the CIA agents said, I would trust my mother to be with you the way you did the job. I will never be able to do. I don't have that kind of heart, because I will be scared if I make a mistake, I will kill myself. And I did that. That's how they spread me everywhere. They want me now everywhere to be. And that, like I said, I mentioned, I thought like I'm better than James Bond. I was doing so good, I didn't even believe myself. But you know what is the good part? Shawn, when you know you have a support from a powerful agency, you have more will to do things. Because you don't think you can get caught and put in prison. You're free to do things, like you can read the instruction. I'm free to do anything, just not to kill Americans or diplomatic or anybody. If I have to shoot in the air. Don't aim to the... If you get caught up with U.S. troops, you surrender yourself, pretend you're sick or something, but don't shoot. This is how I was instructed. And I did it. Whatever they told me, I did it the way they told me.
What do you think helped you the most in your mindset doing this?
Mr. Devon.
Mr. Devon.
Yeah, the best agent. Star. I can tell you, he can be running the CIA with no problem.
I guess
the worst one, Chris.
Chris, why was he the worst?
The day when I got shot, I swear to God, if he was aiming to Chris, I would jump in a gun, me to get killed, not the CIA agent. That's how I was loyal. I swear to God. Never forgive that. He left me like a dog.
He was there.
Yeah, he ran. When they come and rescue me, I don't see him never no more. And he tell the other agents, tell him you're in your own from today. Bullet wound everywhere. I couldn't even drive the car.
Let's talk about that experience. When you got assassinated, what was going on that day?
I'm going to get a...
Or when they attempted to assassinate you. Let me correct.
Before that, before March, it was February, we're supposed to have a meeting. We were planning to go in Yemen. In November of 2009, I received that threat in my phone. November of 2009. And I sent the phone to Chris. I said, I received this message. He said, don't worry, sometimes somebody they try to bluff and threat, but it's nothing serious. I said, okay. I was preparing my territory to go to meet with Ali Awlaki. February, he said, Abu, in a communication, he never mentioned my name, always Abu or Sal. Abu, can we change meeting of February for March 31st, 2010, 2 o'clock? I said, no problem. Please bring your GPS coordination, the passport. I had one extra passport from them, and something I tracked somewhere from the weapons. I said, okay, no problem. And bring a 2 picture of passport picture size of yourself. I said, okay. I go like a route usual. I'm parking my car under the garage where is the CIA safe house, like super, super careful, like very good not to trace me. I left the house 6:30, 7 o'clock a.m., changing 2 different cities, sitting there, sitting here, so to see if ever somebody followed me. Nobody. I go to the garage 2 floors under, so if it's any tracing device, so not to track that. So I park my car deep to ground down. I go, I'm entering the safe house. I see old man cutting the grass. And I greet him. He has the white kufi. I say that, Salaam alaikum, alaikum salam. No problem, it's cutting the flowers. Big building in a penthouse. It was a CIA safe house. The way you see me stretching, in a stretcher taken out. I see 2 guys coming down. Very calm, me. I'm between. I open the door, enter, and now I see they got separated, but I never thought, I thought maybe the Macedonians entering, and they pulled the gun, shot me 4 times, not once. The first bullet went through my leg, and I collapsed pretending like, because there was not professional shooters. They're not somebody who's trained, I can see, not having skills in that. And he pulled the gun right to my head, jammed the gun. I hear click once, twice, 3 times. All he said, ooh, they couldn't kill me. And I'm not moving, because when I see the way I saw them, I thought they are like not the guys that have experience like myself, for example. I can control myself in a shooting and stuff like that. I'm very calm, not, I didn't move. I saw blood everywhere. I said, let them go out. I was thinking, let me go in a basement because I don't want to bring blood. Maybe they're coming back. And if I go in a basement, they will come behind me. If I go in 4th floor, maybe they come, they trace me, and they kill him and me. It's a moment. I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to die. I'm not going to betray them. I don't want to think CIA, oh, he was a double agent, he killed our agent. I stayed for a moment. Blood was not stopping. I pulled myself quick. I couldn't move much. I started bleeding a lot. Like I thought I got the vein here, but I couldn't even look my leg because bullet went through. So I didn't know where I got shot. I see bleeding here, bleeding in the back. Like it's a quick moment. And I went to 4th floor. We used to have a code. If you see newspaper in a floor in a Macedonian writing, so that's mean Chris is inside. So I don't have to put the key so neighbors to hear I'm opening the door. And I see Chris inside. And he said, what happened? I said, I got shot. He said, who did it? I said, I don't know, 2 people. I'm going there. He pulled his belt, he pulled my belt, he tied it up, I stopped bleeding, and I see he's calling for backup for, to help us. And he's talking, continue, our man is down, I need help, our man is down. And I can hear that he had this different phone using with them, saying, we are in a way, we're going to rescue you, just, careful, control the situation. Bleeding, and I start losing the control. Then I guess neighbors saw the blood, the local police came over there, and the secret police came. They almost clashed with each other, local police and secret police. Secret police supposed to be our friends. from Macedonia. So now Chris is talking to them. It's our man is down, but he's not opening the door. And all I see when they open the door, I see AK-47 right in my head. Now I said, they're gonna kill me because they see me with a bear. Now he's a white, clean American. I'm with a bear. Now they're gonna think maybe I'm trying to kill him. You know, it's a 10, 15 people, two different groups of agency. It's like, and I lost the control. Chris gone. They took me with a stretcher. They sent me 1 day or 2 days in one hospital. And that moment when they came after 2 days, they gave me a stash of money. I don't need the money. They said, from today, you're in your own. From hospital.
That was it.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
How did you get burned?
It's a good question, $1 million question. Sorry. I've been through everything in my life. I've repeated many times today, I don't have no problem to die. But to be betrayed like that, come on. Central Intelligence Agency, the strongest agency in the world. You rush into judgment, you didn't investigate anything. Cameras everywhere. Shawn, I went after 1 week, sorry.
You want to take a break?
Yeah, a few minutes.
Let's take a break. Want more from the Shawn Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes where you can watch the guests interact with the team and explore the studio before every episode. Plus, unlock bonus content like our extra intel segments where we ask our guests additional questions, our new SRS on-site specials, and access to an entire tactical training library you will not find anywhere else. And the best part? Patreon members can ask our guests questions directly. Your insights can help shape the show. Join us on Patreon now, support the mission, and become part of the Shawn Ryan Show's story. I know everybody out there has to be just as frustrated as I am when it comes to the BS and the rhetoric that the mainstream media continuously tries to force feed us. And I also know how frustrating it can be to try to find some type of a reliable news source. It's getting really hard to find the truth and what's going on in the country and in the world. And so one thing we've done here at Shawn Ryan Show is we are developing our newsletter. And the first contributor to the newsletter that we have is a woman, former CIA targeter. Some of you may know her as Sarah Adams, call sign Superbad. She's made 2 different appearances here on the Shawn Ryan Show, and some of the stuff that she has uncovered and broke on this show is just absolutely mind-blowing. And so I've asked her if she would contribute to the newsletter and give us a weekly intelligence brief. This is going to be all things terrorists, how terrorists are coming up through the southern border, how they're entering the country, how they're traveling, what these different terrorist organizations throughout the world are up to. And here's the best part, the newsletter is actually free. We're not going to spam you. It's about 1 newsletter a week, maybe 2 if we release 2 shows. The only other thing that's going to be in there besides the intel brief is if we have a new product or something like that. But, like I said, it's a free CIA intelligence brief. Sign up. Links in the description or in the comments. We'll see you in the newsletter. All right, Blerim. We're at the safe house. You get shot. I can tell you're very disappointed at how the agency treated you after that and abandoned you. We asked, how do you think you got compromised? I mean, I'll bet that's gone through your head day after day after day. How do you think you got compromised?
The way I looked at, one day they did a passport for me. And the passport they did it was real my name. but I was not from that country. The people who did the passport, they stopped me one time in a border for 4 or 5 hours investigating me. I was with 3 or 4 fanatics. One of them was arrested for terrorism in the border. Same people who came out to help us that day when I got shot, same one was there. Shawn, you know how Balkans function? Regardless how friend can be over there with you, they still have like a family. Like me, I have some trusted person. I tell, look, I know this. So I strongly believe agent make a mistake, leaked me, my name. And they leaked the information to the fanatics. This is what happened. So now for him not to be blamed, I don't know what he put in my jacket behind to the CIA. He can say anything, I don't know. And CIA, they never asked me. So he couldn't say anything. But they never give a chance to hear my voice like today. Mm-hmm. I did nothing wrong. If I have to start again, I would die for this country. If I was that day, the guy was trying to shoot Chris, I swear to God, I will put myself in front and get killed. Never betrayed. Doesn't matter, this job is a dangerous job. I'm very proud what I did. I did for my kids and I did for US. And I say that early, all my family is Americans. Albanians has nothing to do with terrorism.
At what point did Chris leave?
That day.
Did he leave when the police showed up?
Yeah, as soon as they took him, yes. The Chris left that moment when the police, 2 groups of police came. One supposed to be our friends, because we used to have a code. If it's friend of Chris, that's mean they are our friends. So when they walk in that day, it was our friends supposed to be. And after all this, I investigate, I did research myself. Shawn, somebody who was trying to help me, March 31st, he got killed. May 9, after a month and a half, him and 3, 4 friends. Maybe he became victim because of me. He was trying to help me. He got assassinated. If you see the van, you will never believe how they kill him. Because he was trying to help me to find out who tried to kill me.
How did they kill him?
In a minivan, they execute him. 4 guys, not one. All 4 of them. All 4 my friends. In Macedonia. If you see the van, you will think there was fired 10,000 bullets in that van. He was trying to help me to find out who tried to kill me. Somebody's covering up somewhere. Shawn, I went after 6 days, April 7, my birthday is April 8, one day before my birthday, at US Embassy, where I was recruited. I was with a can, I couldn't even walk. And I parked the car right in front of the embassy so they can see it. I entered the embassy, somebody came out to talk to me. They told me in embassy, you cannot drive no more that car. From the agency, from the CIA. Don't drive no more, don't come here no more. Don't come to Macedonia, you are in your alone. And I tell them simple, how come it's a cameras in front of the safe house everywhere? How come you guys didn't find out who did that? I don't know, sir. I'm just passing a message. When I came from the embassy, Shawn, in the Macedonian border, I was threatened from Macedonians, agents. Cursed me badly. Don't even come in our country, this, that. I'm a friend of Chris. He's telling me at the border. And I tell him straight up, F you and him. If you want to kill me, kill me. So something is behind covered. So what is something? I will advise in this interview, intelligence agency, US intelligence agency is the best. But they need to investigate the source sometimes. It's nobody perfect. I'm not perfect. I did make mistakes. I was not perfect spy. But trust me, I was diamond. I operated everywhere. I was never exposed, never was nobody suspicious in me. I did very good. but I was not perfect. But agent maybe make a mistake. Why you don't question him? Why you want to lose the source? Shawn, I can say to you, I want you people to hear that. Believe me, I'm better than 100 CIA agents. I was better than 100 CIA agents. I was. CIA agents, they can do job. Don't take me wrong. They are intelligent. They have money, they have sources, everything. But I was inside. CIA agent couldn't go where I went. CIA agent couldn't sleep between Al-Qaeda members. I slept with them, with 15 of them. I was in Raqqa sleeping with 15, 20 of them. Imagine one of them just smell I'm a spy. They will burn me alive. But I did that. But CIA agent would not do that. So this kind of hard I had. So if you have a man like that, why you want to lose him? I hope they listen and they correct the mistakes. They always have a source. If they have a spy, let's see what he said. Maybe the agents make a mistake. We don't need to rush to judgment and just ban him. Let's help him to find the truth. What's behind? Who's behind?
I mean, unfortunately, that's just kind of how it works. You know, I mean, they recruited Assad to do the dirty work. I mean, it's in the outline, throwaway spy.
Yes.
And that's just how it works.
But the best will be to make changes. You want me to advise you one thing what complete US agency government did with my help, one thing good? And I know I don't care, they don't want to honor that. Shawn, here used to be very easy to make a US passport. I instruct them how it's easy. And I'm not saying 100% just my help, but believe me, US passport rules was changed because of me. I teach them how to change because there was piece of cake to make a US passport. A piece of cake, 2 days. You can make it, it's not you. And you can get US passport. United States changed that because my help. I told them who doing that, from inside job, how they doing. A lot of people got the passport. Even terrorists couldn't get that. And me, Blerim Skoro, I teaching that. But they never say that. They always, that moment said, you did very good job. But after, who cares? I did a lot of things good. But they don't care. That's what you say it. That's how our agency works. If they have that, they ban you. This is how they never come to admit or accept. I was in touch with George Tenet 2 times from federal prison. Remember, I'm mentioning that with George Tenet twice in 2003 and 4, 2 times with the head of CIA from federal prison. So if I was like that person, changing your agency, I don't need to know that, but have somebody to investigate that. You know, make agency stronger. We need sources.
It probably has more to do with blowing their own cover than assets.
Yeah.
Because once your cover's blown, they don't want the rest of their staff, their employees burned, so they could continue on doing work. But so in the hospital, you said they came to you in the hospital with a stack of money.
Yes.
And what was that conversation like?
The conversation was, we're going to escort you to one of the borders nighttime. They asked me to escort me to Albanian border. I said no. They escort me to Kosovo border. They give me the money. They said you have to be in your own. Don't ask to speak with nobody from U.S. agency. You have to be safe. Then when I went after 6 days or 7, April 7, they told me to get away that car. I found 2 tracking devices in my car at the mechanic shop. Under the car, 2 tracking devices. In that car, CIA purchased for me.
And that's the car that they said don't drive anymore?
Yes.
What point did they tell you, have a nice life, don't go high profile?
After my immigration case finished in 2022.
So they were in contact with you again after the
2
embassy?
minutes. private, no name, friend of Chris.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
This is a friend of Chris.
Yeah. But Shawn, you see how I'm sitting with you. Believe it or not, I used to get the information from inside CIA in these few years from the source, who's very close to the CIA. American, not Albanian. American, who's very close to CIA. And the source told me what they're even saying about me.
What were they saying?
It's crazy. I don't want to even, I feel bad to say it.
Why?
Because like they use you and you're nothing. Like, I don't want people to be scared to work for the agency after this. I don't want to use those things. They want to make you look so bad. And the source telling me. Source is very close to CIA. Every day with them. Source who run Iraq situation war. So they don't think I came out to get to somebody who I can get things. Person who was planning in Iraq side. In Iraq war, 3-4 years. And this is what they're saying about you. I said, why? Shawn, if somebody wants me to be bad person maybe, I believe strong that too. They want to have a business more work, so maybe this guy go crazy. No, Shawn. I'm proud to be American. Maybe somebody has crazy ideas.
What were they saying about you?
If I say it, it's not good people to hear that.
Did they paint you to be a double asset?
No, never. Never double asset. Like, who can do that job where it's bad to say it in the air. I don't want to, because people are going to think then, hey, I would never do this job. If they say it about him like that, they're going to say it about me, same thing.
So they completely washed their hands of you.
Yeah.
And then, in one way or another, painted you out to be bad.
Yeah. And then came back after. After 2012, 13, 14, they still want to communicate with me. They call my lawyer in New York City. He's in U.S. soil. I don't know how to, we can take him from U.S. soil. And I told my lawyer, tell them, you don't have to take me. You tell me where you want me to meet, I can come and meet. I don't need your help. You never helped me to take me somewhere. I came my way. We're talking after I got burned, after I got shot.
Why did they contact your lawyer? What did they want?
Because I think there was scared something. When there was a Belgian bombing, they thought I knew some of those guys. And Syria, I prized the ISIS. They knew it. I was in Syria. I knew it from 2008-9. They was bringing weapons from Iraq, Shawn. I was there. I was witnessing trucks full of the weapons. This is what's going to be. But I never knew the name ISIS because still was Al-Qaeda. Then they changed to Jabhat al-Nusra, Dawla Islamiyah. Then they changed to ISIS. But it's the same people. It's not, they didn't go away. It's the same people. Al-Qaeda changed the name. Mm-hmm. It's the same fanatics. It's never different. I had very strong source inside of the Syria. I spent 3-4 months in Syria. And they found out maybe it's a plan in U.S. soil. I was communicating with them. Believe or not, somebody got killed with a drone just because of my help. From New York. They tell me to talk to him. And I talk. And they never say because of me they kill him. But after 2 days I found out he's killed. But he was talking to me in a phone in New York. From Syria. But they never, we talk in 2015. If I was bad like that, why are you talking to me then?
So what's interesting is earlier you were saying that all the communication goes through couriers. person to person, face to face. That's it.
Yes.
And now we're talking about you're on a phone call with one of the top guys in Syria who gets killed in a drone strike.
Yes.
And so when did that switch? When did they switch from
One ISIS uprising. One they was using Telegram system. They thought they cannot trace nothing. It's Russian control, so they was talking very free. Just now, when ISIS came out
Okay.
in Telegram, it's that app Telegram from Russia. So they was using that and Signal, two of them, and Signal too. So we was communicating with them through those two things. It was a time I told them what time I'm gonna talk to them from here, from New York, and they was listening to the conversation. Shawn, viewers gonna want to know if it's true or not. Shawn, if I communicate with the terrorist overseas from U.S. soil, you end up in U.S. penitentiary. You get arrested in 2 minutes. So this is me. I was communicating from U.S. soil with terrorists. If I was not CIA source, I couldn't get. Why I didn't get arrested? If I'm lying, because people, look, you have a sick people everywhere. They come, like one in Denmark. He worked for CIA a little bit for a couple of months, and lunatic. Now I hear he's drinking and stuff. He was not Muslim. He was converted in Islam in a prison. But I was not like that. I was strongly skilled person.
Are they aware, do you think, that you're coming on the show?
I don't think so.
Are they
No,
aware?
maybe these 2-3 days they listen my conversation. But if they're gonna like it, I'm 100% they're gonna hate it. I'm 100% they're gonna blame you. Why this guy bring this source here now? Who knows people how they're gonna think for us? How it's gonna be our image?
Are they aware of the documentary?
Oh yes,
They
that's what they told me. Yes, they told me go stay calm with your life. You don't need to expose yourself. In that 2-minute conversation, that's what they told me. But I said, I don't need advice. I don't have no problem to die. I want people to know what I did. I'm not dirt person. I'm not garbage the way you think. I'm a normal human being. I'm father of 3 beautiful kids. I go on live with normal life.
What did they say about the documentary?
They didn't say nothing. I didn't still hear after nothing.
Did you tell them you're doing it?
Oh, yes. Yes.
And they didn't say anything?
No, they didn't say anything. I told them I'm going to put a book, and it's going to be 6-episode movie also. After the documentary, I'm planning to put a 6-episode movie.
And
I
so
know
you
that
do still have a contact there.
I don't contact them. They contact me. I don't contact them. We missed, Shawn, when I got shot, it was one more mistake in my side. You see, I say it. I have no problem to admit my mistake. I had a secret number. If I'm in danger situation, I have to call that number at the CIA, which is Washington. It's free. I can call from everywhere. Only if it's a danger situation in my life. Like if it's threat something, I can call that number so it can help me. When I didn't call my wife, because I told her if I don't call 48 to 72 hours, you need to call this number. And she called them. They answered. What is the message related? This is a message from Abu. And what is the message I can take? She said, my husband disappeared. And the phone after that is disconnected. And she tried to call again, no more ringing that phone. That's the mistake I make in this. All these 2 years or 10 years working with the U.S. intelligence agency, and one time with the weapons. The way they told me to do the weapons, I guess they thought I was not capable to do in professional way, not to be dangerous. I did it good, and we changed the spot where we're gonna get the weapon stash. It was crazy bombs, landmines, and everything. And Chris was with crew with 2-3 cars with the CIA, and I changed the spot. He came in my city. I told him not in my city because everybody knows in my city know me. God forbid one human see me with this beer and 6-7 people, Americans, with clean shave, I will be suspicious right away. So I did changes myself. I switched the place. I told him not in that place, but through the communication, not in a plan. like last minute, and he got angry in that. I said, I gotta be safe. I don't want to expose me, and you're gonna tell me F yourself and you're in yourself alone. I changed that spot. I did the job excellent. All I did that mistake to change the job, and my wife called in the CIA. 2 mistakes I did with CIA. The rest, never anything. I was perfectly clear in time. Whatever I was instructed to do, I went 100% according to the instruction from CIA.
Where would you procure the weapons?
I used to have
Were these coming from Syria, Pakistan, Saudi? Were they
the
coming
weapons
from
no,
there?
in Balkans.
They were all coming in the Balkans.
In Balkans, all in Balkans. But the uranium, it was coming from Russia. Through the Germany, we did investigate, and it was possible. They want to build a dirty bomb, fanatics. They want to sell it to me, knowing it's going in Al-Qaeda's hand. There was a lot of money involved. And we was investigating that. One of the 2 brothers got shot. We not mention the name because still they investigating. Still it's under, I don't know what's going on with government, but they still are there. One of them got shot. I guess because this issue, but his life. They tried to assassinate him. One of those 2 brothers. This is the issue. I was involved directly with them. We was trying to put hands in that because they thought it was a missing nuclear head from the from that time Ukraine when they give up to the Russians. So that it's still saying it's a missing. So they thought maybe that's the part it's coming, and it's coming in Al-Qaeda's hand.
So the Russians were selling Al-Qaeda uranium.
Yes.
What year was this?
It was in 2009, 8 or 9. You can look in the communication. It's clearly over there.
And you were involved in that?
I was 100% involved.
How did you get connected to the Russians?
Through the fanatics.
Through the
fanatics. They bring through from Germany to Italy, from Italy to Albania.
And so why were the Russians involved at all?
I have no idea. It's a good question. If I know, I will say it.
How easy is it to get uranium in Russia?
It's very hard because you need a lot of skills. You have to be real professional in that part to deal with that.
Seems like it would have to be somebody inside the government.
Yes, 100%.
Did they get it to him?
I have no idea more. I know he was there because we was going to purchase. CIA was telling me, hold on, we're going to have an expert to do this. You cannot deal yourself. So if we get that, you're going to be disappearing. You're not going to be able no more to work. So we have to have our man to deal with that. You just have to keep them whole. You bind that.
How much uranium?
They was saying he can easily kill 500,000.
How many bombs would this go in?
3 or 4.
And they would have Al-Qaeda smuggle it into the U.S.
Yeah.
Do you think that happened?
Look, if it's that plan, why didn't it happen until now? And again, terrorists need to get lucky one time. Not all the time. Once they have a patience. Shawn, those people are not joke. Not everyone. But their brains are really smart. That's why they want me in. After I got shot, 2010, they begged me 2014 to go back, to be leader after I got shot. And the best source I had, he knew it I got shot, but he never thought I got shot because I was spy. He thought maybe our secret agents, they want to assassinate me, so I'm not a fanatic, so I cannot attack US. So maybe it's inside job from the government of my country or neighbors, Serbia or Macedonia. So they try to assassinate me so I don't do something bad.
When's the last time you had contact with them,
With US,
with the agency?
2022,
That's the last time.
3 years ago. January 2022. 6 or 7 January. 2 minutes.
Because I'll tell you what's going through my mind. What if they got in contact with you to tell me that in this show?
No, never.
To drive a narrative.
Never. Never, ever. I never planned to come in your show. I was watching your show, the best show. Seeing you past, reading your CV. They asked me to give, look, I mentioned New York Times. It's a crazy interview. Headline New York Times. #1 newspaper. But to come here, I don't believe it. But if they're gonna like it, I don't think so.
Well, there's a lot of higher ups that want us at war. We both know that.
I know very well, and you know very well. Shawn, if it's like that, you saw the story, you see me. I don't hide what I can do. I don't tell people in the street, I don't tell family members. But this is who I am. So why you don't work with him to keep him quiet? It's very easy. You're the strongest agency in the world. You don't need to come and bow down and say, I'm sorry. No, absolutely. Just Blerim, stay calm with your family. Here is your green card, US passport. Stay calm. Enjoy. They give informer, Shawn. They give a lady who was cleaning my room. Look at this. I want you to see this. Listen. They give a lady with 4 kids. They bring her from over there here for nothing. And you not giving me? She's a piece of garbage. Loser lady. She was deported from European countries, involved in the crimes. And they bring her because she was cleaning my room. She told them, oh, he has a lot of stash weapons. And you want me to, funny thing, joke? When the immigration prosecutor asked me, do anybody has your papers ever? Guess what? I left envelope with some papers. This lady, to touch it, she did it. And she gave to the immigration that information. Just me and you, we know this bottle, correct? Right now. If somebody else asks us from outside, you or me told them. So that lady told the immigration. That lady told the CIA, oh, Blerim has the weapons. That lady was cleaning the room, my house. She told me how you got shot. I said I got shot accidentally because I don't want to, it's a family. I don't want to be scared, kids, because gossip. No, I said I was playing with a gun. I got shot here. She told CIA that lie. He got shot himself. I never got shot myself because CIA helped me. Why CIA didn't go back and say, hey, why are you lying? Somebody tried to kill him. You telling us he told you he got shot himself? Do you understand? It makes sense to you? She tell them, oh, he told me he got shot himself, accidentally. With his gun. He likes gun. He shot accidentally himself. I don't shoot with left. I'm a rider. I'm not lefter. I had no gun. You know, another thing we missed. When I was in hospital, they came, local police, to see if I have a gun power in my hands. They did that wrapping things with aluminum thing. They do it if I was engaged with shooting. I was not engaged in shooting. I had no guns. I never crossed. I crossed the border one time trying to show samples with uranium to the CIA, and they tell me, please don't ever do that. It's very dangerous. And then one time it was something issue with some kind of size of ammunition we found. And I took it. I took it because I'm brave. I'm not scared. It's not like people can say he's a sick. No, it's not sick. I have no problem to deal with the weapons. It's like somebody draw the flag. I'm a good with the weapons. If you're good drawer with the flag, I'm a good with the weapons. So this is how I am. And you taking a BS from somebody from nowhere, from source who you had a decade working for you. Decade. I spent from 91 to 2010, 9 years. Plus after that communicating. Shawn, you're super intelligent. Look at who's John Mueller. John Mueller requested to meet with me. I met with John Mueller, head of counterterrorism unit, not the agent, head of counterterrorism, who met Bin Laden. John Mueller met Bin Laden 25 years ago. I met with him. He requested to meet, and I went and see him. And I was, after I came from Canada, after I got shot in 2015, and 2-3 different times I met with the CIA and FBI in my lawyer's office. Not once. So if I'm bad like that, so why you want to meet with me? If I'm no good, so why you want to meet with me? And I will not come in your show. I will not go in immigration or nowhere to put my name in the dangers and family name in the dangers. If there was come and said, you know what, we're not saying if we make a mistake or not, we're going to call the judge and say, the judge, you enjoy your life, get your papers, and that's it. They never did that. They're supposed to do it. They told me, we're not like a federal prosecutors, many times, not once. DOD, Department of Defense, twice in your county, Pennsylvania, said, Mr. Skoro, we're not like a federal prosecutors. We are the Department of Defense. If we say something, we keep that. None of them. I have to keep my loyalty to you, an agency, but you don't keep nothing to me. We got to work something together. I'm not interested to make money of my movie and book and document. Trust me, I work. I can make a little money. My wife works. My 2 kids works. We work, 4 of us. It's not really money. It's no money to the CIA working. Trust me. You get some money. But for me, it's nothing. It can be for Afghani goalkeeper, you know, those poor guys, you give $500 or $1,000. I'm not Afghani. You know, I can earn money in proper way. You bring in 200,000 Afghanis and you say they help us. No, those 200,000 Afghanis, they didn't help us. It's stupid to think like that. It's embarrassment. We help them. They give up not to fight. They coward. I'm using this word. I'm sorry to use that. How come they didn't find Taliban? Why they left all those weapons over there? Why they give up so quick? They didn't even fire a bullet. They ran away. We spent 20 years over there. We spent all that money. We invest all that money, and now you bring in 200,000 Afghanis, but you don't want to help your source. You had a 10-year source who was working everywhere.
What did they plan on using all the weapons that you procured? How did they, I mean, you talked about landmines and all of that kind
They destroy all of them. They took and destroyed.
They took it and destroyed it.
Everything. Whatever I got, all the CIA took it.
With the network that you set up in Slovakia, the network that you set up, would they ever ask where the weapons were?
They was thinking I'm getting for Al-Qaeda.
But did they ever want to see them?
No, never, because it's a strict rules. Al-Qaeda doesn't show nothing to you guys. I cannot, that's a too secret. Maybe if they ask me, I would say, oh, you a spy? You working for somebody? Maybe you're working for Americans or foreign agency. You see the bathroom you have downstairs? I can say 3 or 4 times bigger than that place. I took C4 from the terror group. Just C4. 2 or 3 times least. Like that bathroom you have. Full. Not just a little bit. Full.
Yeah.
This with my hands. And all give to the CIA. I didn't have a problem. I never caused no damage. No CIA was ever hurt or something. Everybody was safe and good. I did everything myself.
How did you get back into the U.S.?
How I came back? It's very easy. For me, it's no problem to come to US. It's no problem for me today, after 10 days, to be in Afghanistan. It's very easy. It's all open border. Shawn, I always keep my sources. I always have a friends. My good friends, they know I would never betray them. I would die, never betray them. I'm very loyal, but I'm not loyal to terrorists. But I can be your friend. I never betrayed you. But not to terrorists. I'm not loyal to terrorists. But to friends, I'm a loyal. I can pick a phone. If I want to assassinate somebody, I can do that. I have a friend.
So are you saying that you came back into the country illegally?
In US, yeah. Somebody drove me from Canada. There's no problem. You have an open border, a lot of places.
And so what's your status now?
Oh, now I'm to stay. My status is granted from the immigration judge. I have no problem now. I'm legally permitted in US. I have no issue no more. I have no courts or nothing. I'm free. It's just I cannot fly overseas.
And what do you do now?
I'm a cab driver.
Hell of a cab to get into.
Yeah, but I never talk to the customers.
You don't?
No.
I don't think they would believe you anyways.
Or it's not that, and I meet all kind of people. Sometimes it's interesting. Some people, they want to show off or tell you story, and I don't buy easy. I have more skills than them. I was a car wash owner for 10 years. I had a car wash business. I lost car wash business because my bad friends, CIA, 2016, they're sending me team, 50 people to arrest me in Brooklyn. With helicopter, with sniper. They're arresting me like arresting Al-Qaeda leader. I couldn't believe it.
What did they arrest you for?
For nothing. Complaint. And they released me.
What complaint? What was the complaint?
They said the prosecutor, here I can give you small details. The prosecutor who arrested a terror guy who's convicted in US soil, overseas, when they came in Canada, they thought I was going to testify something against. And the prosecutor convict him with my source information. And he give credit to informers, all my information, what CIA provide to him. And then he went against me saying he's a liar, the prosecutor. And then I go in a court in front of the federal judge. I said, Your Honor, I want to, because I know now I'm not a mouse not to know my rights. And I told the lawyer who was defending me, excellent lawyer. I have the best lawyers in the United States this time. Before I didn't have that. Now I have the best lawyers in the United States. And they're willing always to defend me for free. I don't have to pay them. They're so good lawyers, they're willing to defend me for free. Because they know I'm honest. They know I put my life in a danger to protect Americans. They come, the judge said to prosecutors, are you going to indict him? Prosecutor had no indictment. Shawn, if you re-entry to US, if you have all these pictures, the prosecutor will send you for life in prison. So they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. And the same prosecutor, after one, the worst part in the Justice Department are federal prosecutors. Because they work 1 year, 2 years, they don't work to stop a criminal. They just work to build a little bit of reputation, to create experience, so they can be private lawyers to make money. Because prosecutors don't make no money. So a lot of people become victim for that. The way I become victim. But thank God, judge make a right decision. I really appreciate. I have nothing to say to that judge. It's gonna be. I have all the recorded. Like, you see the way I was talking to you today. The judge didn't know I record all the decision. I'm not supposed to do that, but I was so happy when they make that decision. Like I'm born for second time, because my kids was there. They know what I've been through. They was all the time present with me. They went in a pain the way I went. They suffer with me, my wife and kids. So the judge said, I cannot deport this guy. This guy gonna stay in my country. She make decisions. She was a lady. She grant me stay. And I'm here. I'm happy with the judge, but I'm not happy with agency. Because agency couldn't do that, me not to be here. Shawn, agency I still couldn't help the agency a lot of things. Even after my assassination attempt, I couldn't help them. A lot. I was more brain than them. Not from all of them. Not like Devin and Scott. Those Devin and Scott I dealt in the beginning, they was brilliant agents. Super good CIA agents. And the one in the federal prison, Lieutenant Lyons. He was former Marines. He was excellent. I will welcome to work again with them. But the last one, crazy.
Would you do it all over again?
Absolutely.
Even knowing how they treated you?
Yes. With no mistake. No second thought. Just I will put one condition. I want everything black and white in a paper writing. The way agents work inside of the agency, I want like that too. If you're not going to have me to have that paper because I signed contract with them, if I cannot keep that paper, my kids cannot have that, then I will not. But if you offer me that, I will do it from beginning. And you don't believe how much this country in the dangers today. You're not going to see that today. You're going to remember my interview with you after 10 years, how much where I see it in the country. How it's fanatics growing in the U.S.
How are they growing?
Badly.
I mean, I see it. I know they're recruiting out of
A
the...
little bit you see. When it's me different because when I see what they're reading, I can tell if they're gonna be bad to the country. You know, when imam tells you, hey, you don't need to ask me all the time, fight for your rights. Do what you have to do for your rights. That means he's instigating you, he's preaching you, he's brainwashing you to do something. That's bad. And the U.S. agency failing badly. Another thing, they have no control of finance. How much money they give, U.S. government have a zero control. And that finance goes in the bad people's hand. You know why it's quiet today? Because they want to grow. In a fanatics ideology is this. I can easily tell you that. The ideology is a sick ideology because they wanted to get strong with finance. So when it's time to fight you, they can fight you. They're not making peace with you. They're just quiet. They're telling you, yeah, like a situation in Syria. But when it's time, they will fight you back. We help Al-Qaeda and Bin Laden in Afghanistan. You know what the CIA agent, I read his book, I don't want to mention his name now to advertise him. He said, we offer him over $500 million to Bin Laden in his book. You can read that. Just to come in a TV and say, I'm giving up jihad, I'm not fighting against crusaders, I'm going to live in Saudi Arabia. He said, no. I read in his book, he was 25 years CIA agent in his Bin Laden's unit, investigated. That's what he said. So same thing happened today. A lot of breeding of fanatics is there, but the agency is failing. You know, it's a joke. The biggest breeding comes from the prison, from institution. Crazy. You don't believe it.
I believe it.
I tell you, the way I see it, it's crazy. And we're gonna feel the pains after 10, 15 years. But it's gonna be too late. Shawn, it's here, you ask me, it's easy to get weapons. I can get weapons much as you want in the United States. Give me the money, I can buy you anything you want. Anything you name it, I can get you. So if I can get that, you think one day terrorists not gonna get that? Of course.
Oh, I know they're getting it. We talk about it a lot on this show.
I see it. So look at me. I see that what's going on, and I tell you that, and you don't want to source like that? Come on. I can make a living anywhere you want. If you want to understand my mind, what I think. If you throw me in the middle of Atlantic Ocean, no clothes, no money, I come out from Atlantic Ocean with clothes and money. This is how I trust myself. This is who I am. I don't see movies, but I'm the person you're dealing now. I can do things. I don't need attention. I don't need my name to be there. I can be very low profile like before and do things which benefit you and the country. I didn't got no benefit. Did you see me how I was emotional? It's 54 years old. It's very heartbroken, to come to that point. You betrayed me. Why? You have a man. I can die for you. Why you don't just give me the hand, say, let me pull you. You don't need to drown. I can help you. I'm a normal human. I love my kids. I love my family. I did everything for my kids and family. Somebody who loved the kids and family, he will not hurt you. Never. Because when I saw that they jumping from 9/11, 83rd floor, people jumping, I don't care what they're saying with conspiracy. I was thinking to kill that guy in my cell because he was happy seeing them. I saw it was moment. I swear to God. I'm telling you, believe or not, I was thinking to kill that guy, that terrorist guy in cell.
I believe it.
Come on. I want to be happy people jumping, people who feed my kids, people who help me all the time. I'm going to be happy. Never. Religion, I will ban my religion. If they push me like that, I will ban. I want to live normal human being. I'd rather be with my kids, normal, than be judged like that. Oh, look at what he did. Killed innocent people. I don't have to be in a problem in a war. War, it's a war. War, it's a war. But not the way they do it. Hijacking a plane or blowing yourself in supermarket. That's not a war.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, we're wrapping up the interview. Do you have anything in particular you want to say?
I hope right people listen this. I don't want attention. For me, it's quality of the people to hear this. I'm not against nobody. I'm against terrorists. I was never double. Never one side. If I was double, I couldn't do a lot of things until today. A lot. But I'm proud who I am. I proudly serve this country. I deserve to be treated just a little bit like human. Not too much, just a little bit.
Well, I would
I
agree.
hope everybody enjoys that. Not taking wrong my interview.
Well, they're going to enjoy it. Well,
I hope
Blerim,
so.
thank you for what you've done for the country. Thank you for being here. And can't wait to see that documentary hit.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be in your place.
It's an honor to have you.
I'll be very honest with you. When I saw you shows, I said this is my dream place to be. The way I never mentioned every code in the banks and stuff. One day you have to put something, password. I put my dream job, CIA. So this is who I was. I'm a Muslim, but my dream job was CIA.
You might want to change those passwords now.
From now, I have to. Shawn Ryan.
All right, Blerim.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate, man. I really appreciate.
No matter where you're watching Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.